This is Joe DeLuca, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Good evening. It is good to be back right here on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Andrew Banstra here, joining you on a Tuesday evening in Waldorf, Maryland. The time, 6:25. We're about 10 minutes away from first pitch here in Southern Maryland. Right on your home for Blue Crabs baseball, the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Southern Maryland had a very brief 3-game road trip, all three in York. They won the first two to extend to an 8-game win streak against that York Revolution squad, but lost the third in the back end of a doubleheader and a series finale on Sunday. Southern Maryland here in the second half, 12-9, 43-38 overall. The Barnstormers one game behind the first place Blue Crabs at an 11-10 clip in the second half, 41-40 overall. Game 22 of 60 here in this second half, 82 of 120 overall. The pitching matchup today, the right-hander Zach Smith, 1-2 with a 13.24 ERA on the season. He takes off against the right-hander Colton Mahoney, 6-4 on the year, 5 of those wins at home, and a 6.62 ERA for the right-hander. Southern Maryland will try to make it a series in which they're able to at least gain ground in some way, shape, or form. That would mean winning 2 out of 3 against this Barnstormer squad. Southern Maryland on the year against Lancaster, 5-7. Here at home, just 1-2. It is one of 9 different games that are still to be played here at Regency Furniture Stadium in the remainder of this season. Of course, we've harped on it a lot, but there's going to be a ton of interdivision games really between now and October. Through the end of the month of September, only interdivision games. And, of course, we want to point out on the field on a different note, the 13 stars represented behind the batter's box represent each and every one of the 13 service members' lives that we lost in Afghanistan a few days ago. Of course, trying to thank and recognize our heroes at every turn. And that's what those stars represent, if you were wondering. Here on a pretty nice night here in Southern Maryland. Of course, rain is expected at some point this weekend. But I'll tell you right now, despite some dark clouds, it looks not bad outside. Now, the SOMDWX News weather report will tell you that there is a chance of rain later tonight, a strong chance of heavy rain tomorrow. And then on Thursday, it's a toss-up. Let's get you those starting lineups right here on your home for Blue Crabs baseball, the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. We'll start off with the visiting Lancaster Barnstormers in second place in the Atlantic League North Division, a game back of the Blue Crabs. Leading off the right fielder, number 15, Caleb Gindel. Batting second, the second baseman, Blake Allemond. Batting third, the center fielder, number 37, Alejandro De Aza. In the cleanup spot, the first baseman, Kelly Dugan. Batting fifth, the designated hitter, Trayvon Robinson. Batting sixth, the left fielder, number 1, Ladarius Clark. Batting seventh, the catcher, a longtime Barnstormer, number 32, Anderson De La Rosa. Batting eighth, the third baseman, number 8, Jake Hoover. And batting ninth, the shortstop, number 7, Cleo Luis Rondon. Again on the mound for the Barnstormers, the right-hander, number 28, Zach Smith. And this is the Barnstormers crew managed by Ross Peoples. Now for your Blue Crabs, 12-9 in the second half of this season. A game up on the Barnstormers, and they lead off with the left fielder, Matt Hibbert. Hibbert to be followed by the second baseman, Ruby Silva. Batting third in his Southern Maryland return, a 2015 Blue Crab, a longtime player under the reign of Stan Clyburn, the designated hitter, Jovan Rosa. In the cleanup spot, the right fielder, number 14, David Harris. Batting fifth, the first baseman, Alex Crosby. Batting sixth, the third baseman, Josh McAdams. Batting seventh, the center fielder, Zach Collier. Batting eighth, the catcher, number 17, Joe DeLuca. And batting ninth, the shortstop, number 3, Michael Baca. On the mound for your Blue Crabs, a right-hander, Colton Mahoney, has been in the AAA level as recently as 2019. As Ross Peoples and Stan Clyburn exchange words at the plate. Southern Maryland has only seen Lancaster once here in this second half of the season. It was in games 3, 4, and 5 of the second half, all 3 in Lancaster. Game 1 went to Southern Maryland, Game 2 to the Barnstormers, and Game 3 was an extra inning walk-off home run by the Barnstormers. So Southern Maryland trying to at least gain some ground or hold their position. Unless Southern Maryland was swept, they would at least still be tied for first place here in the second half. Now, let's talk about these two teams that have met 12 times this year. Lancaster getting 7 of them to this point. But we dive in a little bit deeper in this series in particular, and we look at the pitching matchups, and it really favors Southern Maryland. You look at games 1 and 2, you've got Colton Mahoney 5-3 with a 6.44 ERA. And tomorrow, the left-hander Misael Severio, who's been very good here in Southern Maryland. And on the flip side of it, you've got the Stormers with Zach Smith on the mound, a 13.24 ERA here this evening. And then tomorrow, Augie Silk with a 9.05 ERA. Both of those matchups certainly favor Southern Maryland. And then in the series finale, you've got a right-hander, Dominic DeSavantino on the mound for the Stormers, 9-4, but a 7.71 ERA. He faces Darryl Thompson. So certainly all three of those are truly going to favor Southern Maryland in every way, shape, and form. As we will step aside for just a moment. When we come back, it's time for Blue Crabs Baseball here on your home for Blue Crabs Baseball, the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Darryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
When you're in the market to buy or sell a home, call Tony McClure of Century 21 New Millennium and his Grand Slam team. The realtor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since our first season in 2008. Tony and his team of preferred partners includes Tim Murphy of CNF Mortgage and Steve Scott of the Scott Law Group. Together, they will ensure that your real estate needs are nothing short of a grand slam. The quality service you will receive is Hall of Fame worthy. Put Tony's 41-plus years of experience to work for you. Call or text Tony today at 301-928-1280 for your personal Grand Slam experience. Go Blue Crabs. Did you know that the Washington, D.C. metro area is the 5th most expensive place to live in the entire United States of America? Sometimes finding affordable housing in this area can feel impossible. If you're struggling to find affordable housing, look no further than the Villages of St. Charles by Ross Properties. You can visit them online at villagesatstcharles.com for more information today. Villages of St. Charles. They'll have you safe at home.
This is Joe DeLuca, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. This is Joe DeLuca, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Good evening and welcome back inside the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Andrew Bandstra here to bring you through this evening's contest following a beautiful tribute to the tragic happenings of last Thursday in Kabul, Afghanistan, when 13 U.S. service members made the ultimate sacrifice to our country in the attack at the Kabul airport. As you can see behind home plate, there is 13 stars behind home plate that represent those 13 lives lost in that tragic happening of last Thursday at that airport. Southern Maryland and the Blue Crabs doing everything we can to honor those individuals. Here on a Tuesday night in which we remind you, and I'm sure you know, baseball at almost all times is this country's ultimate healer in every time of hardship. We talk about 9/11 coming together in a Subway Series thereafter. Baseball is a beautiful healing element over the task of time in this country that we live in. As we welcome you into tonight's game, let's give you tonight's starting lineups. Leading off, Caleb Gendel, the right fielder. Batting second, Blake Alleman. Batting third, Alejandro De Aza. In the fourth spot, Kelly Dugan. Batting fifth, Trayvon Robinson. Batting sixth, the left fielder, Ladarius Clark. Batting seventh, the catcher, Anderson De La Rosa. Batting eighth, the third baseman, Jake Hoover. And batting ninth, Cleo Luis Rondon, the shortstop. Colt Mahoney's first pitch in there for a called strike as we are underway here in Southern Maryland. First pitch at 6:46 here on a Tuesday night in Waldorf, Maryland. The 0-1 on its way from Mahoney. Fastball just a touch inside as the count evens at a ball and a strike. As for Colt Mahoney, 6-4 with a 6.62 ERA on the year. He's generally going to be way on or not quite so much, and significantly more often than not, he's going to have it going for him as Caleb Gendel singles into right to start us off here on a Tuesday night. Mahoney's last time out against West Virginia here at home, 7 innings, 6 hits, 4 runs, but the time before, an inning and 2/3, 8 runs, 4 earned. Mahoney has 5 of his 6 wins here at home as the right-hander allows the leadoff hit to Caleb Gendel, who's a hard guy to keep off the bases. That brings up Blake Alleman. First pitch to him misses just a touchdown low. Alleman on the season, a .280 hitter, not quite as good in terms of batting average in the second half, but significantly better is Alleman in terms of power here in this second half. Mahoney's pitch just a touch inside. Looked like it nearly hit Alleman, but did not. Right on left matchup, Mahoney's pitch. Another fastball. This one's in there, a called strike. The count 3-1 to the 2-hole hitter, Alleman. Fastball high and outside, and a walk drawn from Alleman puts the first 2 of this ballgame on the board for the visiting Lancaster Barnstormers. So now with 2 on and no down, Alejandro De Aza comes up to the plate. De Aza on the season hitting .311 in 71 games played. First pitch, fastball high and outside. And the count 1-0 to the left-handed hitting longtime MLB veteran Alejandro De Aza. De Aza again hits .311 on the year, but just .212 against the Blue Crabs in 11 games played. Mahoney's 1-0 offering, fastball high and away, and the count 2-0. A 2-0 count with 2 on and no down here in this top of the first inning. Colton Mahoney on the mound. 5 of his 6 wins here at home in this 2021 campaign. Mahoney was signed just before this season started. Fastball high and away in the count 3-0. The right-hander Mahoney generally doesn't struggle with control all that much. 41 walks in 68 innings, maybe a smidge higher than you'd like, but certainly not terrible by any means. The 3-0 fastball misses a touch inside, and now the base is loaded with no outs as Joe DeLuca sees if he needs to have a word with his battery mate, and I think Daryl Thompson's going to do just that. Instead, Thompson is going to let Mahoney work out of this thing as 3 up, 3 on, bases loaded for the Barnstormers, and Kelly Dugan coming to the plate. Dugan 2 for 2 with a double against Mahoney this season. First pitch, fastball in there, a called strike, and a good start to Kelly Dugan, who's been fantastic here in this second half of the season. His .387 batting average is 4th best in the Atlantic League second half. The 0-1 misses upstairs. The count evens at a ball and a strike. Dugan has knocked in more runs, more RBIs than anybody in the Atlantic League in the second half of the 2021 season. 26 of them. As a curveball fools him, it looks like he was just a little bit handcuffed. The count 1-2. Dugan, a .346 hitter on the year, a .1032 OPS for the left-handed hitting first baseman. A critical pitch on its way. The 1-2 just getting a sliver of it as it's fouled back into the Roy Rogers backstop padding. So the 1-2 once more to the left-handed hitting Kelly Dugan. Mahoney's pitch, a fastball inside corner, swung on and missed. That is just what the doctor ordered for the right-hander Colton Mahoney, who allows the first 3 on, but then finds himself with a critical strikeout. So Mahoney gets the critical out and now faces yet another difficult situation in the form of Trayvon Robinson, who steps up to the left-handed batter's box. Robinson 0 for 4 against Mahoney this season with a strikeout on his line as well. First pitch off speed, fouled to the right side, 0-1 the count. And after allowing that leadoff single, Mahoney has truly turned things around, striking out Kelly Dugan, but certainly not out of the woods yet. In a critical game here in this 2021 Atlantic League season, Southern Maryland a game up on the Barnstormers. The Blue Crabs in first place in this Atlantic League. This inning again started with a single from Caleb Gindel, and then back-to-back walks to Blake Alleman and then Alejandro De Aza. Strikeout with the bases loaded to Kelly Dugan as yet another 0-2 count drawn by Colton Mahoney, as he seems to be much more comfortable on the mound now. Robinson has struggled on the road this season, hitting .209 away from Clipper Magazine Stadium. 0-2 getting a piece of it, but fouled off again, and we'll stay right at that 0-2 count. Against the Blue Crabs this season, Trayvon Robinson has really struggled, hitting just 3 for 35 against the Blue Crabs. It's an 086 batting average, as Mahoney's off-speed just a touch inside looked like it had a chance at least grazing the strike zone, but it did not. Robinson, a 234 hitter on this 2021 season. A 2-year MLB veteran with the Mariners in 2011 and 2012. Now the 1-2. Chopped in between his legs and staying alive is Trayvon Robinson. Played 44 games for the Mariners in 2011, 46 for Seattle in 2012. In 90 games, a 215 batting average at the MLB level. 5 home runs, 26 RBIs. Mahoney with the 1-2 once more. Bases loaded, one away. And half-hearted swing from Trayvon Robinson. Back-to-back strikeouts swinging for Colton Mahoney, who at times this season has struggled in innings 1 and 2. Did so to start this one off, but a monumental turnaround in a critical game for Southern Maryland after walking the bases loaded after a leadoff single. Back-to-back strikeouts swinging bring up Ladarius Clark here with 2 away and the bases still loaded. Clark's bat's been really hot here in the second half, hitting .350 on the season in this second half. Mahoney's first pitch, two-seamer catching the zone, 0-1 the count, and he's locked in now. Mahoney offers a sinker, a curveball, and a slider, so I beg your pardon, that last pitch was a sinker. The sinker sits 88-91 for the right-hander. Chopper to the right side, I beg your pardon, lofted into the air to the right side. A long run for David Harris. But after allowing the bases loaded with no outs, Colton Mahoney gets back-to-back strikeouts and a flyout to leave the Barnstormers with the bases juiced. What a turnaround for Mahoney as we take you into the bottom half of the first on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Josh McAdams, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Did you know that the Washington, D.C. metro area is the 5th most expensive place to live in the entire United States of America? Sometimes finding affordable housing in this area can feel impossible. If you're struggling to find affordable housing, look no further than the Villages of St. Charles by Ross Properties. You can visit them online at villagesatstcharles.com for more information today. Villages of St. Charles. They'll have you safe at home. There's nothing quite like when the Blue Crabs retire the side. At Wealth Management Partners, they're on your side for your retirement planning needs. It's never too early to start planning your retirement. Talk to the experienced financial advisors of Wealth Management Partners located right here in Waldorf. Call them today at 301-885-0955. Again, Wealth Management Partners. Call them today at 301-885-0955.
Blackstone, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Well, Colton Mahoney found himself in a jam in the top half of the first, but a brilliant turnaround from the Utah native right-hander to keep things equal at 0-0 as Zach Smith takes the mound. Smith has struggled to start his professional career. The right-hander working out of the stretch. First pitch to Hibbert. A two-seamer inside. It catches the strike zone. Give you the numbers on the season for Zach Smith in just a moment. The 0-1, another two-seamer. This one misses inside as the count draws even at 1-1. Smith has struggled this season, 1-2 with a 13.24 ERA. 4 starts and then a relief appearance for the Barnstormers this season. Hibbert sees a pitch missed down low, the count 2-1. Now that one non-start for Smith came against the Blue Crabs here at home back on July the 30th. In 2 1/3 innings, he allowed 9 hits, 8 earned runs. As the pitch misses outside, the count 3-1. Also walked 2 and allowed 2 home runs in those 2 1/3 innings. So has struggled against Southern Maryland this year. Now, he did have actually 2 really good outings for the Barnstormers a couple weeks ago. 3-1 misses outside and a leadoff walk drawn by Matt Hibbert to start off things offensively for Southern Maryland. So we mentioned in that first appearance, Smith allowed 8 earned in 2 1/3 innings. In his next appearance at home against York, 2 1/3 innings, 9 earned runs. But then back-to-back good starts for the right-hander. Went 4 1/3 allowing 1 run against the Revs and then 5 allowing no runs against the Ducks. But then in his most recent appearance, 3 innings, 8 runs, 7 earned. He's walked 26 batters in 17 innings this year and then allowed another 30 hits. So a 3.29 whip, and batters are hitting 380 against for the newly professional Zach Smith. Chopper to the right side. This could be 2 4-6 there as Allemond gives to Rondon at short, but not in time to get Silva at first. In fact, no throw as a fielder's choice is the first Blue Crabs out of this evening. And that brings up Jovan Rosa after Silva grounds into a fielder's choice. Rosa finding himself back in a Blue Crabs uniform for the first time since 2015. He was traded to the Blue Crabs in Stan Clyburn's inaugural season as Southern Maryland's manager and hit .269 in 85 games. He then followed Clyburn to New Britain, playing for the Bees with Clyburn in 2016, 2017, and 2018. Clyburn rejoined the Blue Crabs in 2019. Rosa stayed in New Britain. Rosa started this 2021 season in the Mexican League. Originally was slated to start with the Blue Crabs, but in 55 games with Tabasco and the Tigers of Quintana Roo, Rosa hit about .230 as he pops one to the right side. In comes the right fielder Caleb Gendel, who catches for out number 2. So that brings up the cleanup hitter, the right fielder number 14, David Harris. Harris, a .269 hitter on the season. 13 home runs, 59 RBIs for the right-handed hitting cleanup hitter. Back on August the 22nd, right here at home against Long Island, he went 4 for 5 with 3 home runs and 7 RBIs. Both the 3 home runs and the 7 runs driven in tie franchise records for Southern Maryland. As a fastball catches the outer half of the zone, Smith looks good after allowing that leadoff walk. Harris hits .271 in the second half. The 0-1 misses downstairs. Count draws even. Southern Maryland in first place in this Atlantic League Northern Division. leading the Barnstormers by just one game, so every game critical for two teams that, in all likelihood, need that second half division title to find themselves in the playoffs. It's not looking like the Barnstormers, I beg your pardon, the Ducks are going to win the second half. Same goes for the Legends. The 2-1 from Smith. Harris drills it to the left side, bouncing in front of the left fielder, Ladarius Clark. It takes a bizarre bounce above his head, but good athleticism displayed to keep that from banging up against the mini monster. That's the first Blue Crabs hit of this contest, and it puts runners on first and second with two down as the absolutely scorching hot bat of Alex Crosby comes to the plate. You can't say enough good things about Alex Crosby, who finds himself as one of the hottest hitters in this entire Atlantic League. Since the second half began, his .389 batting average ranks third in the league. But the crazy thing is even though he leads the league in hits, it hasn't just been singles that have been getting Crosby aboard. Yes, he leads the league in hits in the second half with 35, but he's also second in extra base hits, not to mention sixth in OPS, fifth in slugging, fifth in RBI. You get the point. Alex Crosby is feeling it at the plate, and the 5-hole hitter takes a pitch inside to count 2-0. As for the season, Crosby a .335 hitter, a fantastic Atlantic League inaugural season for the left-handed hitting corner infielder Crosby. Silva at second, Harris at first, both have good speed. The 2-0 misses outside, and now they count 3-0 with the power bat of Josh McAdams awaiting on deck. Smith walked his first man he faced. That was Matt Hibbert. Ruby Silva then grounded into a fielder's choice before Jovan Rosa flew out. 4 straight balls to Alex Crosby, and the legendary voice of the Lancaster Barnstormers, Dave Collins, was telling me before this game that they're averaging 3 hours and 29 minutes per game this season. So if record follows, it would only be right that both sides load the bases in their half of the first, as Ross Peoples is going to come have a word with his young right-handed pitcher, Zach Smith. Now that brings up Josh McAdams again, and he's a guy that has been nothing short of fantastic of late. McAdams is staging a breakout 2021 season, by far and away posting career highs in home runs and RBIs. He's tied for 5th in the Atlantic League with 18 home runs on the year. Tied for 7th with 62 RBIs on the season. Right-on-right matchup. McAdams takes the first pitch he sees for a called strike. Now, McAdams has faced Zach Smith twice this year. He's 2 for 2 with a solo home run. In Southern Maryland's last home series, McAdams hit 4 home runs in that 3-game set. The 0-1 hit to the right side. That'll get through. At least 1 run scores. Here comes Silva, the second coming around third. David Harris into third base. RBIs number 63 and 64 on the season for Josh McAdams as the Blue Crabs get on the board here early. And that brings up a phenomenal bat to have in the 7-hole. It's none other than Zach Collier, who began this season in the 7-hole, but a hot bat propelled him into the top 3. Now, Jovan Rosa's reemergence in Southern Maryland slid the left-handed hitting Collier back into that 7 spot, but I'll tell you, he's got to be the best 7 hitter in the league. He has the second best on-base percentage in the Atlantic League in the second half of the season at a whopping .469 as he absolutely flares one down the right side, but snatched out of thin air from the first baseman, Kelly Dugan, who picks it like it's a bad throw. A 3-U ends this bottom half of the first. The Barnstormers stranded the bases loaded before the Blue Crabs had the bases loaded with 2 away and knocked home a pair. 2-0 the score. Southern Maryland on top. We'll be right back on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Andrew Luceno, and you are listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
American Radiology is the clear choice for all of your medical imaging needs. With locations in Charles and Calvert counties, they offer a full range of imaging services. Some of their latest innovations included 3D mammography and wide-open MRIs for our claustrophobic patients. For your convenience, they even offer extended weekday hours and Saturdays. For more information or to schedule an appointment, visit their website at AmericanRadiology.com. 2020 was a year unlike any other for everybody. Quickly, the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs came to the realization that baseball must take a backseat to humanity. Immediately, the Blue Crabs staff and all of Crustacean Nation teamed together to provide COVID-19 tests and eventually vaccinations. Southern Maryland's hometown team also hosted food drives, blood drives, backpack drives, toy drives, and so much more, all to help their community. The Blue Crabs couldn't be more thankful to the healthcare heroes that have gotten us to this point and helped our community so much throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. That's why this season is dedicated to our healthcare heroes. Each Saturday night, we will have a healthcare hero, a local healthcare professional, throw out the first pitch of the game and be honored. That's why in 2021, all season long, healthcare professionals get $5 tickets to every single Blue Crabs game. Thank you so much, healthcare heroes, for all that you have, are, and will continue to do for our community.
This is Coach Doug's, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
So after a long first inning for both sides, after the Barnstormers strand the bases loaded after having no outs, Colton Mahoney struck out back-to-back batters before inducing a pop-up, and then Southern Maryland had the bases loaded with 2 away before Josh McAdams drove in a pair, making it a 2-0 game here in the early going. As we give you the win probability per baseball savant, Southern Maryland currently with a 70% chance to win this game. Josh McAdams with that RBI single added 17 points of win probability for Southern Maryland. Over his last 3 games, he has combined for an incredible 87% win probability added, meaning that he's basically given the Blue Crabs an entire win. As the first 2 pitches of Colton Mahoney's second inning miss a little bit down low and away, Anderson De La Rosa up to the plate. De La Rosa hits .316 against the Blue Crabs this year. The 2-0, a slider that misses outside, 3-0 the count. Anderson 1 for 1 against Mahoney on the season. He does have an RBI against Colton as well. Off speed in there for a strike. And we talk about the Atlantic League playoff structure. Essentially, the way it works is the winner of each division in each half goes to the playoffs. So the Ducks won the first half in the North Division. They already are going to the playoffs as a line drive is hit to right center field. Zach Collier ranging back. In front of the outdoor creation sign, catches for a long out number 1. But then the Ducks will play whoever wins the Atlantic League North Division in the second half. So here in the second half, Southern Maryland in first place in the Atlantic League North Division. A 12-9 record, a game ahead of the Lancaster Barnstormers, who have an 11-10 record. Now, if these two teams were to tie, of course, in terms of a second-half record, it would go to head-to-head second-half record, which, at the current moment, the Barnstormers hold by a 2-1 margin. David Harris comes in and catches for out number 2. And we talk about just how critical these games are between these two teams who really are playing for more than anybody in their division, considering the Revolution struggled to this point in the season. And the Ducks having already won the first half, so certainly Southern Maryland and Lancaster with a lot to play for, and they play each other, including tonight, 12 more times in this second half. Southern Maryland also plays York a ton in the second half. Only 3 more games make it 6 against the Long Island Ducks. Clea Luis Rondon with 2 away shows bunt, but pulls back for ball number 1. Rondon 2 for 4 against Colton Mahoney this season, but has really struggled against the Blue Crabs as a whole. He hits just 7 for 38 in 11 games as ball number 2 crosses. Mahoney has already induced 4 swings and misses this evening. Fastball outside, 3-0 goes the count. Mahoney with a 3-0. Inside it misses, 4 straight balls to the 9-hole hitter, Clea Luis Rondon, and Mahoney allows his 3rd walk of the game. That brings up Caleb Gindel, who has been as advertised in this 2021 season. Gindel, a .288 hitter with 24 home runs and 65 RBIs on the season, is 4 for 7 with a double against Colton Mahoney here in 2021 as the first pitch misses just a touch outside, 1-0 the count. Mahoney with a long look into his battery mate, Joe DeLuca. Looks like Rondon was trying to go on the pitch, didn't have the timing right, though, as the count equals at a ball and a strike. To this point in the game, a good amount of sinkers from Colton Mahoney. 36 total pitches thrown, 25 of them sinkers, another 7 as sliders. So just about 70% of his pitches have been sinkers to this point in the ballgame. Pickoff move to first. Looked like it was at least close, but first base umpire says not quite. We give you those umpires here in today's ballgame. At home plate, it's Mike Williams. At first, John Thomas, and at third, Nick Mole. The 1-1 from Mahoney. Off speed in there for a called strike as the count goes to a ball and 2 strikes. Again, Gindel has been really good for a really long time for this Lancaster Barnstormers team. He's a guy that just gets it done, and it makes a ton of sense to have him at the top of your order. 1-2 chopped foul. In fact, today is Caleb Gindel's birthday. He turns 33 years old today. Played in the MLB in both 2013 and 2014 with the Milwaukee Brewers. In 57 games in 2013 with the Brewers, hit .242. Mahoney's pitch hit high to the left side. This could be trouble. McAdams ranging back, but Baca calls him off. Nice catch by the shortstop, Michael Baca, to retire the Barnstormers' second inning of action. Still no runs scored. 4 stranded through 2 innings of offense for the Barnstormers as we take you into the bottom half of the second. Southern Maryland trying to expand upon their lead when we return on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Joe DeLuca, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Dyson Building Center is one of the oldest family-owned and operated hardware, lumber, and building supply stores in Southern Maryland. They are located in St. Mary's County on Route 5 in Great Mills. Dyson's has an expansive and diverse inventory to help you with all of your home improvement and project needs. Whether you're new to the world of DIY, a tried and true DIY professional, or somewhere in between, the friendly and experienced staff at Dyson Building Center is ready and willing to help you today.
This is Blake Vivens, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Into the bottom half of the second we go here in Southern Maryland. It'll be 8-9-1 due up for your Blue Crabs, who lead the Barnstormers by a 2-0 score to this point. Southern Maryland having seen already one game come to a close in terms of Atlantic League Northern Division action today so far. The York Revolution playing a doubleheader today at home against the Barnstormers. I beg your pardon. Against the Ducks. Long Island won the first one 6-5. A 2-hour and 42-minute 7-inning game. Second one just started. The Lexington, West Virginia game was postponed due to rain, but the Rockers lead the Honey Hunters 3-0 in the first inning in High Point as an 0-1 pitch is singled through the right side of the infield from Joe DeLuca. It is the third Blue Crabs hit to this point in the game as DeLuca picks up a single, leading things off for Southern Maryland. That brings up Michael Baca. Baca's been brilliant for Southern Maryland, especially here in this second half. His .459 on base percentage is the sixth best in the Atlantic League in the second half of this 2021 season. In that most recent road trip, a 3-game set at York, Baca went 2 for 7 with an RBI. Smith's first offering backing Baca off the plate 1-0. Mentioned it already, but the 13 stars you see behind home plate representing each of the incredible sacrifices made by 13 service members last Thursday at the attack at the Kabul airport in Afghanistan. We have those who made such a huge sacrifice in their family and friends in our thoughts here today and going forward. 2-0 inside, 3-0 the count to Michael Baca. Baca, a .284 hitter on the season, 4 home runs, 30 RBIs. Has hit better on the road than he has at home this year. The 3-0 from Smith in there for a called strike. We've already seen a ton of pitches thrown. A combined 65 pitches through not even 2 innings for Mahoney and Smith combined. About 50% of these pitches have been in the strike zone. Chopper to the left side could be 2. From third to second, but it bounces off the chest of the second baseman, Blake Alleman. It was a low throw in the dirt from the third baseman, Jake Hoover. And now with no outs, runners at first and second for Southern Maryland and the top of the lineup coming. And that brings up Matt Hibbert, who walked and later scored his first time up. He and David Harris both scored on a 2 RBI single from Josh McAdams. As there's some sort of delay in this game, it looks like the catcher Anderson De La Rosa is doing something in the dugout. It's tough to say exactly what it is he's doing. In fact, I think it's the third baseman, Jake Hoover, who is speaking with the athletic trainer, Anya Holmberg, for this Lancaster Barnstormers team. Again, I don't really have an angle to give you exactly what's going on, but it's either Allemand or Jake Hoover, the two involved in that play. Southern Maryland on top 2-0. The Blue Crabs have won 11 of their last 15, including an 8-3 homestand that concluded just a couple of days ago. It was supposed to be a 13-game homestand, but they'll take 8-3 in 11 games. So after that homestand, Southern Maryland played 3 in New York, winning 2 of the 3. Of course, these 3 games here at home against the Barnstormers before the Blue Crabs find themselves on a 7-game homestand. Southern Maryland will then return here to Waldorf on September the 10th against the York Revolution for a 9-game homestand. It looks like it's actually Allemand that is getting attended to by Anya Holmberg, the Lancaster Barnstormers athletic trainer. The Blue Crabs are playing a ton of games here at home in the second half after playing just 25 games at home in the first half. 35 of the 60 second half games for Southern Maryland will be right here at home. The Blue Crabs bats, I'll tell you what, have been absolutely scorching of late. Southern Maryland started the second half of this season 2-5, but since have won 10 of their last 14 second half games and 11 of 15 overall. During Southern Maryland's hot streak, the squad hits an incredible 337 as a team. That's by far the best in the Atlantic League over that stretch. But even further than that, Southern Maryland has the best team ERA as well. Looks like Allemand will indeed be okay after a 10 to what I believe was his finger. Hibbert shows bunt, pulls back. It's a cold strike from Zach Smith, who's been bringing the heat this evening, but allowed that 2-run single from Josh McAdams back in the first. In fact, the 5 hardest pitches thrown in this game have all come from the right hand of Zach Smith, topping out at just over 93 miles an hour. Hibbert shows bunt again, gets it down. Smith turns, fires, gets it to third. In a really nice play by Zach Smith, where Southern Maryland's trying to get 2 into scoring position for Ruby Silva. But Smith fields his position quite well and finds himself with 1 away and still runners at first and second. So that brings up Ruby Silva. He grounded into a fielder's choices last time up, but Silva has been great for the Blue Crabs really since being signed. I mean, the numbers are getting astronomical at this point. Silva in 39 games with the Blue Crabs hits .399 with an OPS well over 1,000. He went 16 for 30 in Southern Maryland's last homestand. A look back to second from Smith. Off speed, misses way high and outside. The count 1-0. Silva started this season with the West Virginia Power. Homered in 5 of his first 8 games, but had a little bit of a difficult patch after that. Ended up in 38 games, hitting .263, but a change of scenery back to Southern Maryland has been all he needed as he drills this one to left field. Bye-bye baseball. A 3-run shot from Ruby Silva. And like I said, a change of scenery is all the Cuba native Ruby Silva needed. Southern Maryland pulls ahead 5-0 here in this bottom half of the second inning as Silva drills one. His 14th home run of the season, and now 54 RBIs on the year for number 12. That brings up Jovan Rosa as your first place Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, just a game ahead of the Lancaster Barnstormers, trying to extend that lead. As Jovan Rosa comes up to the plate, returning to Southern Maryland for the first time since 2015, and he takes a called strike to start things off against Zach Smith. Rosa flew out to right in his first time up for the second out of the Blue Crabs' first inning. Rosa now the 13th batter through an inning and a third from Zach Smith as the count draws even at a ball and a strike. Rosa joined the Blue Crabs just a couple of days ago, signed back on August the 26th. Since Rosa finds himself 2 for 5 in 5 at-bats, fouling one to the right side, 1-2 the count. Rosa in his 13th season of professional baseball, 6th in the Atlantic League, and his 4th season playing with Stan Clyburn at the helm. Beg your pardon, his 5th. Off-speed misses low and away, 2-2 the count from Zach Smith. Now we talk about win probability. Southern Maryland now has an 11% better chance to win after that 3-run shot from Ruby Silva. The Blue Crabs win probability all the way up to 92% now as Rosa chases a slider outside the zone. And now 2 away for Southern Maryland. But the damage has already been done here in this second inning, and David Harris will try to keep it going. As truly a costly error from the Lancaster defense back earlier in this second inning after DeLuca singled, meant an error by the third baseman Jacob Hoover put 2 on before the Ruby Silva 3-run shot. David Harris up to the plate, first pitch swinging, hits it well to the right side. This ball traveling way back and bouncing right in front of that Smart 100 sign in right field. A first pitch double from David Harris as the Crabs bats continue to scorch here on a Tuesday night in Waldorf. That brings up Alex Crosby. Crosby walked and then was stranded at third his first time up. Mentioned it earlier, but you can't say it enough. Crosby has been all over the place offensively. And when I say that, I mean all over the place in every good way possible. Top 3 in Atlantic League batting average in the second half, but that's not just all on singles. The slugging percentage also top 5. Crosby drills one to the right side, sits back and turns on it. If it's fair, it's gone, but it's just to the right of the foul pole. And it's as long of a strike number 1 as you're going to see. Josh McAdams awaits on deck. 4 home runs in his last 3 home games. The longest of those, 436 feet off the bat of Josh McAdams. Crosby facing Zach Smith. Second time through the order for the right-handed Smith. Fastball dribbled to the right side. Alamon gets it on a hop. Underhand flip to his first baseman, Kelly Dugan, will retire the second inning of action. But not before Southern Maryland can put up another 3 runs on Zach Smith. It's a 5-0 Southern Maryland lead as we take you in to the top half of the third on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Whether it's Chris Paul, Cliff Paul, Aaron Rodgers, or even the son of a former Blue Crab, Patrick Mahomes, you've seen many athletes endorsing State Farm. That's because your State Farm agent has your back through good times and not so good times. That's why all the Blue Crabs, Daryl Thompson and the whole team, trust State Farm with their insurance needs. State Farm is the company people have trusted for over 99 years to help life go right. Call your local State Farm agent, Greg Conklin, today at 240-776-4289.
Welcome back inside Regency Furniture Stadium as Colton Mahoney finds a newfound 5-run lead here in the top half of the third. Southern Maryland played at 2 in the first inning thanks to a Josh McAdams single that drove in a pair. And then Mahoney found himself getting even more run support in the second. It was a 3-run home run from Ruby Silva. Mahoney loaded the bases in the first, but dodged danger, getting 2 strikeouts and a flyout, stranding the bases loaded after having no outs. The count, 2 balls and a strike here from Mahoney, who faces Blake Allemand. Mahoney's second inning, much quicker. 2 quick pop-outs, just 3 pitches to get those. He then walked the batter before getting a pop-out to the shortstop, Michael Baca. The count 2-2, and we mentioned the win probability for Southern Maryland all the way up to 92% now. If you want to follow along online at Baseball Savant, which is what the MLB statisticians use for the highest degree of analytical knowledge, you can head over to bluecrabspressbox.wordpress.com. Again, that's bluecrabspressbox.wordpress.com, and click on 831 Advanced Box Score, and you can find all of these fantastic numbers and even game notes as well right here on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. The count full to Blake Allemand. Hit high in the sky to the left side. In comes the left fielder, Matt Hibbert, and the payoff pitch flown into left and caught for out number 1. The first 2 outs of the evening from Mahoney were recorded via the strikeout, but now a total of 5 straight pop-outs for the right-handed Utah native, who has 5 of his 6 wins right here at Regency Furniture Stadium this year. 1 away in the top of the third as a longtime MLB veteran, Alejandro De Aza, steps up to the plate. The right-on-left matchup begins with a fastball called strike to De Aza. De Aza, 37 years old, born in the Dominican Republic. First played at the major league level with the Florida Marlins, now, of course, the Miami Marlins. In the 2007 season, at the age of 23, did not play in 2008, but from 2009 all the way to 2017, he played in the MLB every single year. A career 260 hitter at the MLB level, which is remarkable. High fly to the left side, Hibbert's under it again, ranging to his left a couple of steps on a shuffle, and he catches for out number 2. A really good rebound here from Colton Mahoney, who will add a single and then 2 walks to the first 3 batters of this game. But then again, back-to-back strikeouts, one of which was to Kelly Dugan, who steps up to the plate right now. Dugan's bat's been on fire in the second half of this 2021 campaign, hitting .387 in the second half of this season. That's good for 4th best in the Atlantic League. Additionally, his 26 RBIs top the Atlantic League in the second half of the year. As the count draws even at a ball and a strike. In his last 7 games, in 7 games to end the month of July, I should say, he drove in 13 runs. He fouls one to the right side. Played in the Olympics. Blake Galen, who has the night off I was going to mention, he's on the designated injury list. He played in the Olympics for Team Israel this year. So, of course, excited to see him at some point down this 2021 second half stretch. Fastball upstairs as the count runs full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Mahoney in his 76th career start at the professional level, his 138th career professional appearance. Payoff pitch does not pay off quite yet as we stay full on a foul ball. In his last start against the Barnstormers, Mahoney did not get a decision back on August 8th. 6 innings, 6 runs, 5 earned. 2 strikeouts, 4 walks in that contest. That was in Lancaster. And Kelly Dugan is not going to go down without a fight as pitch number 7 of the at-bat. Still not enough to retire the left-handed hitting first baseman. Mahoney, in his 13th start of the season, also has made 6 relief appearances for Southern Maryland. The payoff pitch once more, and Kelly Dugan fouls the 8th pitch of this at-bat off. Mahoney, originally drafted in the 23rd round of the 2014 MLB draft by the Brewers, opted to stay in college at BYU, however. Was drafted in the 16th round that next year as a fastball just dodges the strike zone. I mean, if you're Mahoney, that's the right pitch, because in a battle like that, what Dugan wants you to do is he wants you to just give in and put one over the plate, but Mahoney rather painted the corners, was assuming that Dugan would chase, which is a fair assumption. He did not, and a 9-pitch walk drawn by Dugan extends the 3rd inning for Lancaster. That brings up Trayvon Robinson. He hits the first pitch to the right side through the infield. Dugan gets to second, rounds it aggressively, but gets back to second. Runners not advancing anywhere past second base, as back-to-back runners have now reached. Interestingly, for Mahoney, that's just the 2nd hit he's allowed this evening. He's faced a total of 14 batters, the very first of which, Caleb Gindel, to lead this game off, singled, and now the 2nd hit coming from Trayvon Robinson. Ladarius Clark steps up to the plate, the right-handed hitting left fielder. Hits the first pitch, he sees right back into the netting. The count 0-1 to Ladarius Clark. Five for 9 over his last 2 games. He's been scorching hot of late. 0-1 line drive right up the middle. Here comes Zach Collier. A dive and a catch. Wow, what a play from Zach Collier, who lays out full extension, gets Colton Mahoney's back, and strands 2 on the base paths. For the Lancaster Barnstormers, Southern Maryland has now stranded 6 Barnstormers runners through 3 innings and not allowed a single one to come around and score. That's how we get through 2.5 here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Bottom of the 3rd on your way when we return.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Whether it's Chris Paul, Cliff Paul, Aaron Rodgers, or even the son of a former Blue Crab, Patrick Mahomes, you've seen many athletes endorsing State Farm. That's because your State Farm agent has your back through good times and not so good times. That's why all the Blue Crabs, Daryl Thompson and the whole team, trust State Farm with their insurance needs. State Farm is the company people have trusted for over 99 years to help life go right. Call your local State Farm agent, Greg Conklin, today at 240-776-4289.
This is Kent Blackstone, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Southern Maryland Blue Crabs up 5-0 heading into the bottom half of the 3rd. Josh McAdams leads things off for Southern Maryland, fouling a pitch back into the Roy Rogers backstop padding. McAdams drove in 2 on an RBI single, his first time up. How about 3 for 3 with a home run and 3 RBIs against Zach Smith here in this 2021 campaign for McAdams. A lot of movement on that curveball. A really good pitch from Zach Smith makes it 0-2. We haven't really seen all that much of the off-speed curveball today. McAdams to be trailed by Zach Collier and Joe DeLuca. Smith, the right-hander, working out of the stretch. A first-year pro. 0-2 misses in the count of ball and 2 strikes from Zach Smith. Since July 21st, just about nobody in the Atlantic League has been better than Josh McAdams, who has a whopping 11 home runs since. That's tied for the most in the Atlantic League. 1-2, half-hearted swing as McAdams goes down on strikes. Smith starting out the 3rd inning on a new note. It's the first time that he's retired the first batter of any inning to this point. Just the 2nd strikeout to this point in Smith's evening as he faces Zach Collier, who made that brilliant catch in center field to strand the 5th and 6th base runners of the Barnstormers game through 3 innings. In his first time up, Collier grounded out to the first baseman Kelly Dugan with runners on the corners and 2 away, but it was a hot shot. It was just a brilliant play on the other side of the ball from Dugan. First pitch misses outside to the left-handed hitting Zach Collier. He hits .318 on the year with a .440 on base percentage. 9 home runs, 31 RBIs for the Chino Hills native. Swings at a fastball, gets a piece of it, but it's into the glove of Anderson De La Rosa. The count evens at a ball and a strike. Collier was injured on July 3rd, came back on August 1st, and in his first 3 weeks post-injury, he slashed with a line of .362, .508, and .600 as he takes a sinker for a called strike. Since the second half started, Collier with an incredible .469 on base percentage. That's the 4th best in the Atlantic League. Zach awaiting the 1-2. The right-hander Zach Smith misses outside in the count 2-2 in a battle of Zachs here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Right on left matchup. Collier wears number 8 on the back of that retro-themed San Diego Padres style Southern Maryland Blue Crabs alternate uniform. The 2-2. Collier, did he offer at the pitch? Home plate umpire Mike Williams is going to make the call himself and say, yes, he did. So back-to-back strikeouts for Zach Smith, who has struggled through his first 2 innings, but clearly finding a groove here in the 3rd. Smith had appeared against the Blue Crabs 1 time this year. It was in relief. In 2 1/3 innings, he allowed 9 hits, 8 earned runs, and 2 walks, as well as a couple of home runs. Southern Maryland's Ruby Silva hit a 3-run home run earlier in this game. Made it 5-0 in the second as Joe DeLuca steps up to the plate. Hits one sky high on the first pitch, straightaway left field. Coming under it is Ladarius Clark, who catches for a quick out number 3. We're through a third of this game. The 3rd inning certainly the fastest that we saw so far in this contest. We take you into the middle 3rd with the 7, 8, 9 of the Barnstormers lineup coming up on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Coach Doug's, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
All Pawn is Southern Maryland's premier pawn shop and is the official pawn shop of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Stop by and say hello today. They've been a part of the Southern Maryland community for 18 years. If you need some cash to hold you over, or if you're just doing some spring cleaning and want to clear some stuff out, please bring it by All Pawn and let them make you an offer. If you have broken jewelry or some that you just don't want anymore, please bring it by and they'll pay you more than anyone in the Tri-County area. They're located on 301 in White Plains, just south of DeMar Road. Go Blue Crabs! Hey Blue Crabs fans, make sure to visit the All-American Steakhouse and Sports Theater at 35 St. Patrick's Drive, right here in Waldorf, for some great food with great friends. Their steaks are fresh, hand-cut, in-house daily, as well as many other fresh seafood, chicken, and beef options. They offer outdoor and indoor dining, available each and every day, along with the same great menu to go if you would like. Please visit them online at www.theallamericansteakhouse.com. That's www.theallamericansteakhouse.com. You can also visit them on Facebook or Instagram. They have daily specials that you just can't pass up. Thank you, Blue Crabs fans.
This is Matt Latos, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
If things continue the way they are to this point, Matt Latos will not be needed in this contest as he welcomes you in to the top of the fourth. Southern Maryland leading 5-0 as the 7-8-9 of the Barnstormers order comes to the plate. Here in this fourth inning, it'll be Anderson De La Rosa to lead the Barnstormers off. Southern Maryland in first place in the Atlantic League North Division in the second half of the season. The Blue Crabs 12-9 in the second half, 43-38 overall. The 1-0 from Mahoney out of the stretch, chopper up the middle. Baca gets it on a bounce, throws across the infield to Alex Crosby. 2 pitches, gets 1 out here in the fourth, and Mahoney is really rolling now. Mahoney has stranded a total of 6 runners through his first 3 innings. Back in the first, he allowed a single and then back-to-back walks to the first 3 batters to load the bases with no outs, but then struck out back-to-back batters before a pop-out ended the inning. In the second, it was 2 flyouts, a walk, and another flyout. In the third, things got a little bit more interesting after 2 quick outs led to a walk and a single. Ladarius Clark lined one right up the middle, but Zach Collier, full extension, as he dove to make a beautiful play. Ruby Silva fields the ball up the middle, ranging to his right behind second base. An outfielder by trade is Ruby Silva, but he makes a silky out number 2 as Mahoney picks up his first 2 groundouts of this game. The first 2 outs he recorded were via the strikeout, but then 7 straight pop-outs for the right-hander. As Cleo Luis Rondon comes up to the plate, he walked his first time up. It was 7-8-9 for the Stormers in the second. First 2 flew out before Rondon walked. First pitch a called strike. Mahoney has yet to record a 1-2-3 inning to this point in the frame. Right on left matchup, Mahoney on his way with the 0-1. Rondon shows bunt but fouls it to the left side, and quickly the count 0-2 to Cleo Luis. Rondon hits 7 for 38 against the Blue Crabs here in 2021. A little better against Mahoney, though, going 2 for 4 with a walk. Interestingly, Rondon just began switch hitting back on June the 4th. Prior to that, he had always been solely a right-handed hitter, hitting from the left side here against Mahoney. 0-2, chases a fastball. 1-2-3 goes Colton Mahoney. A couple of ground outs and a strikeout to retire the 5th, make that the 4th inning of action. Just his second strikeout to this point. And Mahoney picks up his first 1-2-3 inning. He'll flip things over to his offense. It'll be Michael Baca, Matt Hibbert, and Ruby Silva when we return on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Patrick Baker, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Hey, Blue Crabs fans. Make sure to visit the All-American Steakhouse and Sports Theater at 35 St. Patrick's Drive, right here in Waldorf, for some great food with great friends. Their steaks are fresh, hand-cut, in-house daily, as well as many other fresh seafood, chicken, and beef options. They offer outdoor and indoor dining, available each and every day, along with the same great menu to go if you would like. Please visit them online at www.theallamericansteakhouse.com. That's www.theallamericansteakhouse.com. You can also visit them on Facebook or Instagram. They have daily specials that you just can't pass up. Thank you, Blue Crabs fans. When you need a win on the road, don't get left stranded. Make AAA part of your roster, and you'll always have someone on deck ready to get you home. AAA also offers car care, insurance, and travel services, and has stores conveniently located for Blue Crabs fans in Brandywine, Crofton, and Alexandria. Don't forget to ask them about membership discounts for military and first responders. Please visit AAA.com to learn more or to find a AAA location near you.
This is Dalton Geeky, and you're listening to Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Into the bottom half of the fourth we go here in Southern Maryland. It'll be Michael Baca, Matt Hibbert, and Ruby Silva due up for the Crabs. Baca and Hibbert have each scored to this point in the game, and Silva hit a 3-run home run in the second. Zach Smith allowed 5 runs through the first 2 innings, but had a quick 1-2-3 inning against a really strong part of Southern Maryland's order in the third. So let's see if Smith responds with yet another good frame here in the fourth. Again, Michael Baca leading things off. He reached on an error his first time up and later scored. It was a really costly error for the Barnstormers as DeLuca singled before Baca. And then 2 batters later, Ruby Silva drove everybody in on a 3-run moonshot. Baca has been reaching base a ton here in this second half. His .459 on base percentage, 6th best in the Atlantic League since the second half begun. The velocity has been there for Smith this evening, topping out at 93 miles an hour. The 1-1 bounces in the dirt in the left-handed batter's box. Smith has appeared in 5 games this year. In 3 of those games, he's gone 3 or less innings, allowing 7 or more earned runs. But in the other 2, he's gone at least 4 innings, allowing 1 or less. Baca flares one into left field. Ranging into left center is the center fielder Alejandro De Aza, who was shifted to the opposite field of the right-handed hitting Michael Baca, but a line drive out number 1. And now 5 straight retired, easily the longest of the game for Zach Smith. So Matt Hibbert comes to the plate. He walked and later scored in the first, was retired trying to bunt 2 into scoring position in the second inning. But the bunt went right at the pitcher, Zach Smith, as a beautiful play by the third baseman is made. Jake Hoover laying out and robbing Matt Hibbert of what surely should have been extra bases. And now 6 straight retired for Zach Smith, who's clearly found a groove. To this point of the game, Mahoney has induced 5 swings and misses, 4 swings and misses for Zach Smith. As we speak, Southern Maryland giving a 95% chance to win this game per Baseball Savant. Ruby Silva steps up to the plate. First pitch he takes for a ball. Silva hit a 3-run home run last time up. For the left-handed hitter, it was his 14th of the year. As he hits one hard to the right side, it gets through the infield. 2 for 3 on the day is Ruby Silva, and now in his last 12 games played here at Regency Furniture Stadium, Silva 18 for 33. So the streak of 6 straight is snapped by the power bat of Ruby Silva as Jovan Rosa comes up to the plate. The designated hitter 0 for 2 today, a strikeout and a flyout for the right-handed hitter. Rosa, signed by the Blue Crabs back on August 26th, was originally slated to start this season with Southern Maryland, but went to the Mexican Baseball League, playing for 2 teams before joining Southern Maryland as he swings and misses on a bouncing ball. The count 0-1. Bottom of the 4th, Southern Maryland on top 5-0, thanks to 2 runs in the first, a 2-run single from Josh McAdams, followed by a 3-run shot from Ruby Silva in the second. Did he go a check down at first? No, he did not, as the count evens at a ball and a strike. Again, Rosa played for two teams. One was Tabasco alongside Edwin Garcia, a longtime Blue Crab. Rosa hit 197 in 19 games played as the ball misses outside. The count 2-1. He was then traded to the Tigers of Quintana Roo, hitting 254 in 38 games played. Right on right matchup. Smith sets, delivers, and a sinker across the bat of Jovan Rosa as the count draws even at 2-2. Two away here in the bottom half of the fourth. The count 2 balls, 2 strikes. Waiting on deck for Southern Maryland, David Harris, Alex Crosby if we need it. Hopefully we do if you're a Southern Maryland fan. Andrew Bandstra here, bringing you through today's action as Jovan Rosa watches a pitch just miss off the outer edge. The count now full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Silva will certainly be going on the pitch, and with his speed, anything in the gaps will make this a half-dozen lead for Southern Maryland. Silva being held on at first. Smith working out of the stretch. Silva goes on the pitch, and it misses outside for ball number 4. 2 on for Southern Maryland as back-to-back 2-out base runners reach. And that brings up David Harris, who had, for all intents and purposes, struggled since having that incredible 3 home run, 7 RBI day, for his standards at least. But is 2 for 2 today with a run scored, a double, and a single. So David Harris with 2 on and 2 down. Southern Maryland trying to blow this thing open in the early going. Right on right matchup. Smith's first pitch bouncing in front of the plate. It's a first pitch curveball. Ball number 1 to David Harris. Two home runs in 12 games against the Barnstormers this year for Harris. 9 for 41 against Lancaster. About a .240 batting average against the team as he grounds one to the left side. The shortstop Rondon comes on, and an underhand flip to second strands 2 Southern Maryland runners and leaves the score at 5-0 as we exit the 4th inning of action. Into the top of the 5th we go. Southern Maryland on top with Colton Mahoney coming back to the mound when we return on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Patrick Baker, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
American Radiology is the clear choice for all of your medical imaging needs. With locations in Charles and Calvert counties, they offer a full range of imaging services. Some of their latest innovations included 3D mammography and wide-open MRIs for our claustrophobic patients. For your convenience, they even offer extended weekday hours and Saturdays. For more information or to schedule an appointment, visit their website at AmericanRadiology.com. The Charles County Department of Health encourages you to get the COVID-19 vaccination today. You can get it all over Southern Maryland or no matter where you are across the United States. Vaccinations are offered right here at Regency Furniture Stadium with no appointment needed. Charles County Department of Health and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs urge you to take one for the team and get the vaccine.
This is Dario Pisano, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Into the top half of the fifth inning we go here in Southern Maryland. Top of the order due up for the Barnstormers. Caleb Gindel starts things off. He sees the ball miss on the outer edge. Mahoney, to this point of the game, has held the Barnstormers to not a single run. He's also stranded 6 runners. To this point of the game, Mahoney has walked 4 while allowing 2 hits, striking out 3. He's thrown 71 pitches to this point as the count is even at 1-1. Gindel fouls one towards his dugout, the count 1-2. On the season, Caleb Gindel 4 for 8 with a double against Colton Mahoney. He singled to start the game off today. That was before back-to-back walks were drawn. Gindel flies one to the left side. Hibbert comes in a little bit, ranging to his right and catching for out number 1. Mahoney has certainly settled into a groove as this thing's gone on. 5 straight retired for the right-hander. Looks like we have a substitution coming into this game. Mentioned Blake Alamond was dealing with some sort of injury earlier, and he's officially been ruled out of this one. Will not return because, of course, once you're subbed out, you cannot. Don't know the extent of the injury as Nick Schumpert comes up to the plate. First pitch, watching a strike, is Schumpert. Schumpert played a couple of seasons at the minor league affiliated level, 2016 to 2018, reaching as high as the AAA level with the Gwinnett Stripers in 2018. 5'10", just 24 years old, originally a 28th round draft pick in 2016. Fouled off of his own leg as the count now 1-2 in favor of Mahoney. Schumpert, born in Denver, Colorado. Last played in the American Association with Fargo Moorhead. The 1-2, trying to get him to chase, but no bite from the newly entered Nick Schumpert. Wears number 12 on the back of his red and black jersey. A lot of young guys on this Barnstormers roster, but certainly it's been working as they're in second place, just a game back of the Blue Crabs. In the second half, a big looping curveball strikes out Nick Schumpert, the 5th of the game for Colt Mahoney. In his last time out, Mahoney struck out 8 batters. That tied a season high for the right-hander. As Alejandro De Aza comes up to the plate. De Aza 0 for 1 today, also walked. Flew out to the left fielder Matt Hibbert his last time up. He'll take a sinker for a called strike 1. If you notice the 13 stars behind home plate, beautiful craftsmanship from our head groundskeeper Ben Baker and his brilliant crew. 13 stars representing the 13 lives and the 13 U.S. service members that made the ultimate sacrifice last Thursday in an attack at the Kabul airport in Afghanistan. Mahoney, the pitch. A bouncer to the right side. Thrown on to first, a 4-3 putout, 7 straight retired for Colton Mahoney, who is in a groove here in Southern Maryland. We're halfway through this thing, and we take you into the heart of the Southern Maryland order. When we return, it's Alex Crosby, Josh McAdams, and Zach Collier right here on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Matt Latos, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Dyson Building Center is one of the oldest family-owned and operated hardware, lumber, and building supply stores in southern Maryland. They are located in St. Mary's County on Route 5 in Great Mills. Dyson's has an expansive and diverse inventory to help you with all of your home improvement and project needs. Whether you're new to the world of DIY, a tried and true DIY professional, or somewhere in between, the friendly and experienced staff at Dyson Building Center is ready and willing to help you today. In February of 2020, Regency Furniture Stadium and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs were given what we view as an honor, being named the 4th mass vaccination site in the state of Maryland. Here's a message from Regency Furniture about the honor that it has been and still is to be one of Maryland's mass vaccination sites, getting our community back to safety.
During these times of uncertainty, it helps to know there are things we can control to help ourselves and others.
For me, it presents the hope that soon enough, my friends and family will be together again.
This is Jaden Marshall, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
We take you into the bottom half of the 5th here in Southern Maryland. Alex Crosby set to lead things off. Some quick bookmaking. Told you earlier that Blake Alleman was just substituted out of this game. In fact, it was back in the 3rd that Nick Schumpert came in. Crosby today 1 for 2, walked in the first, grounded out to the first baseman in the second. First pitch of Zach Smith's 5th inning misses way outside. And here in the bottom half of the 5th, Southern Maryland still protecting that 5-0 lead. Fastball way outside once more. Smith's been much better over his last 3 innings, or beg your pardon, his last 2 innings than he was in his first 2. At a point, he retired 6 straight, but then in the 4th, allowed a single to Ruby Silva, and then walked Jovan Rosa, but got out of that jam, finds himself maybe in another here in the 5th, a 3-0 count to Alex Crosby with no outs. 3-0 in there for a called strike as the count draws to a hitter's count to the left-handed hitting first baseman Alex Crosby. Crosby hits .407 in the second half of this season as he fouls one to the left side. Mentioned earlier that since the second half began, he's hitting in that mid-380s mark. Of course, there's been a couple of makeup games since that counted towards the first half. Southern Maryland finished the first half 31-29, despite starting 4-11. Payoff pitch hit high in the night sky to the left side, ranging towards the foul line is the third baseman Hoover, who grabs it for out number 1. Beg your pardon, it's Nick Schumpert at third, Hoover at second with that defensive substitution. And that brings up the right-handed bat of Josh McAdams. McAdams 1 for 2 today with a pair of RBIs. A .284 hitter on the season with an .876 OPS. First pitch swinging is McAdams. It's an off-speed on the outer half. Swung on and missed for strike number 1. McAdams 3 for 4 with a home run and 3 RBIs against Zach Smith this season. The line to this point for the right-hander Smith, 4 1/3 innings, 6 hits, 3 walks. He has allowed 5 runs, 4 of those earned. Also 3 strikeouts on the line for the right-hander. The 1-1 to the power bat of Josh McAdams incoming. Off speed way out in front is the pitch. It misses in the dirt. The count 2-1. McAdams is having a breakout 2021 season. His 18 home runs and his 64 RBIs, well surpassing his previous career highs. As the right-handed hitting Calhoun, Georgia native takes ball 3. McAdams mans the hot corner for your Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. The third baseman, 17 for 39 in the Blue Crabs' last homestand, including 4 home runs over his last 3 home games. Chopper into the dirt, fouled towards his dugout, and the count now full at 3-2. The right-handed Zach Smith has settled in after 2 rocky first innings. McAdams tied for first in the Atlantic League with 11 home runs since July 21st. The payoff pitch misses just a little bit low and away, and a walk drawn, the 4th of Zach Smith's outing to this point, and now 1 on, 1 down for Zach Collier, who comes up to the plate 0 for 2 to this point in the game. Joe DeLuca waits on deck with Michael Baca in the hole. Collier grounded out to the first baseman Kelly Dugan his first time up. Next time, struck out. One of just 3 strikeout victims from Zach Smith today. In the third, Smith struck out both McAdams and Collier as he misses upstairs with his first pitch to the aforementioned Collier. Zach enters play as a .318 hitter on the season. By far and away the highest on-base percentage on the team, up at .440. The 1-0 inside, and it hits him right on that right ankle, maybe the calf area, as Smith puts 2 free passes aboard to bring up Joe DeLuca. The first hit by pitch to this point in the game from the right-hander Zach Smith, and he finds himself in a jam once more. And that brings up Joe DeLuca, whose bat has really picked things up in this second half of the season when it comes to that power mark. DeLuca has 6 home runs since the second half of the season began, tied for the 5th most in the Atlantic League. And that'll bring Ross Peoples out to the mound to have a word with his starting pitcher. It's the second time these two have met on the mound mid-inning this game. DeLuca 1 for 2 today, scored a run after singling in the second, and then flew out to left to end the third inning. Joe, a switch-hitting catcher out of Cicero, New York, enters play as a .269 hitter on the season. Was named to ALPV Roundup's mid-season all-star squad as voted by members of the media and front office members across the Atlantic League. And DeLuca's got a chance to blow this thing open in the 5th, facing off against the right-handed Zach Smith. His offense has stranded a ton of runners to this point, but have not scored any runs. Southern Maryland, on the other hand, has come up big just about every time they've been given the opportunity. DeLuca from the left side, runners on first and second and 1 out here in this bottom half of the 5th inning. Smith steps off and now takes a sign once more from his veteran battery mate, Anderson De La Rosa. First pitch swinging liner to the second baseman. Catching it in the midair is Jake Hoover. And not a ton you can do there if you're Josh McAdams. Doubling him back off at second is Hoover. And the 4-6 double play ends things here in the 5th, We take you into the 6th inning here on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. It'll be 4-5-6 due up for the Barnstormers when we return on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Josh McAdams, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Did you know that the Washington, D.C. metro area is the 5th most expensive place to live in the entire United States of America? Sometimes finding affordable housing in this area can feel impossible. If you're struggling to find affordable housing, look no further than the Villages of St. Charles by Ross Properties. You can visit them online at villagesatstcharles.com for more information today. Villages of St. Charles. They'll have you safe at home. There's nothing quite like when the Blue Crabs retire the side. At Wealth Management Partners, they're on your side for your retirement planning needs. It's never too early to start planning your retirement. Talk to the experienced financial advisors of Wealth Management Partners located right here in Waldorf. Call them today at 301-885-0955. Again, Wealth Management Partners. Call them today at 301-885-0955.
Take into the 6th inning here in Southern Maryland as Colton Mahoney retakes the hill. To this point, no runs allowed from Mahoney, 4 walks, 4 strikeouts, and 2 hits allowed from the right-hander. Faces the 4-5-6 of the Lancaster lineup as Kelly Dugan leads things off. Fouls one towards his dugout for strike number 1. Dugan 0 for 1 today, struck out in the first. That came with the bases loaded and no outs when Mahoney worked out of let's repeat that, bases loaded, no outs jam. Back-to-back strikeouts and a flyout got the Utah native out of that pickle. A heavy pull shift to the left-handed hitting Kelly Dugan, who takes ball number 1 inside. Dugan has been exceptionally good in the second half of this 2021 season, hitting .387. That's 4th best in the Atlantic League. Line drive into right, bounces right in front of David Harris, who catches on a hop. It's a leadoff single for the Barnstormers. Just their 3rd hit of this game. They had 1 in the first to lead things off, another with 2 away from Trayvon Robinson in the 3rd, and then here in the 6th, the leadoff single. Speaking of Trayvon Robinson, here he comes up to the plate. Had that single back in the 3rd, as we mentioned, and also struck out in the 1st inning. First pitch swinging right up the middle, past the outstretched glove of Michael Baca, as the Barnstormers double their hit count in their first 2 batters of the 6th inning. Mahoney's now allowed 4 hits through 5 innings of work. Southern Maryland on top 5-0 as the Blue Crabs try to extend to 2 games up in the Atlantic League North Division second half. Southern Maryland has found themselves as high as a game and a half up. That was back in the first half, but 2 games would be the biggest margin the Blue Crabs have held this year. Runners on first and second, no outs as Ladarius Clark steps up to the plate. First pitch, a sinker, a called strike from Mahoney. You know, I haven't confirmed this with Mahoney, but I read this report and I found it really interesting that in high school, as a freshman, he was a catcher and he failed to make the JV roster. But come his junior year, as a chopper to the left side gets past Josh McAdams, third base coach Ross People sends the runner. A strong throw home to Joe DeLuca, but it gets past Josh McAdams. And whether that's an error or a single is yet to be determined. What we can tell you is Mahoney's shutout is gone as Kelly Dugan comes around to score the first Barnstormers run of this contest. Anyways, Mahoney, in a Michael Jordan-esque role, failed to make JV as a catcher his freshman year of high school. By his junior year, he made varsity as a pitcher. And then by his senior year, he was tossing a no-hitter at the varsity level. And then he went to BYU, and as a freshman at the Division I level, he was an All-American as a closer for the Brigham Young Cougars. He was then drafted in 2015 by the New York Yankees in the 16th round. As Anderson De La Rosa comes up to the plate. Give you the official ruling on that play. They're going to call it an error by McAdams, so it's an unearned run. Fastball upstairs, 1-0 the count. Action brewing in Southern Maryland's bullpen. It's Dalton Geeky that starts warming. Fastball chopped into the dirt, and the count, a ball and a strike. The right-handed hitting longtime backstop for the Lancaster Barnstormers, Anderson De La Rosa, 0 for 2 today. Had faced Mahoney a couple of times before today's game. He went 1 for 1 with a walk and an RBI. Hits well against the Blue Crabs this year at a .316 clip. The 1-1. Off-speed, drilled to center field. Back goes Zach Collier. Should be playable as he reaches the track. Both runners try to tag, but a beautiful throw into second. It's not quite in time. A really valiant effort from Zach Collier. You see Ruby Silva pointing out to Collier saying, wow, what a throw. And if Ruby Silva says that, you know, it means something because that guy's got a cannon of an arm. Of course, Silva, an outfielder by trade, playing the infield right now. As Southern Maryland picks up their first out of this game. Looks like somebody's sprinting across the field in a Barnstormers uniform. Looks like maybe they were coming from the clubhouse, I guess. So De La Rosa's pop-out puts runners on second and third for Jake Hoover. Hoover 0 for 2 to this point in the game. Chopper to the left side. It backs up Josh McAdams. No play at home. Only plays to first, and he gets that out. A 5-3 put out, but it brings across the second run of this game for the Barnstormers, who now trail 5-2 here in this top half of the sixth. Kelly Dugan and Trayvon Robinson picked up the third and fourth Barnstormers hits of this game to start off this inning. Both came around to score. Both of the runs on Mahoney's line to this point unearned. As the left-handed hitting Cleo Luis Rondon steps up to the plate. 0 for 1 to this point, struck out his last time up. Fouls one to the left side on top of the Legends Club, where on Thursday, the Blue Crabs will rebrand to the Southern Maryland Blue Cheeses for the fourth time this year. Lido Pizza will present all-you-can-eat wings and all-you-can-drink beer. Best deal in Southern Maryland as Silva fields a chopper to the right side, throws to first and puts away Cleo Luis Rondon. A lot of runners reached base to this point in the game for the Barnstormers, and finally they break that scoring column with 2 runs here in their half of the sixth. Southern Maryland will try to get those runs back and then some with 9-1-2. You know what that means. It's Michael Baca, Matt Hibbert, and Ruby Silva when we return on your home for Blue Crabs baseball the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Hey, Blue Crabs fans, make sure to visit the All-American Steakhouse and Sports Theater at 35 St. Patrick's Drive, right here in Waldorf, for some great food with great friends. Their steaks are fresh, hand-cut, in-house daily, as well as many other fresh seafood, chicken, and beef options. They offer outdoor and indoor dining, available each and every day, along with the same great menu to go if you would like. Please visit them online at www.theallamericansteakhouse.com. That's www.theallamericansteakhouse.com. You can also visit them on Facebook or Instagram. They have daily specials that you just can't pass up. Thank you, Blue Crabs fans. All Pawn is Southern Maryland's premier pawn shop and is the official pawn shop of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Stop by and say hello today. They've been a part of the Southern Maryland community for 18 years. If you need some cash to hold you over, or if you're just doing some spring cleaning and want to clear some stuff out, please bring it by All Pawn and let them make you an offer. If you have broken jewelry or some that you just don't want anymore, please bring it by and they'll pay you more than anyone in the Tri-County area. They're located on 301 in White Plains, just south of DeMar Road. Go Blue Crabs!
This is Patrick Baker, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
The Barnstormers scratch across 2 runs in their half of the 6th, making this a much more interesting contest between the first and second place teams in the Atlantic League second half. It'll likely be these 2 teams that battle it out for a playoff bid. Of course, the regular season ends on October 10th, with the playoffs starting shortly thereafter. Michael Baca leads things off for Southern Maryland in the bottom half of the 6th. Baca reached on an error in the second and was later brought home on a home run from Ruby Silva. It was a 3-run shot from Silva in the second, as the right-hander Zach Smith works into his night is over. We have a newcomer into this game. Give you the final line on Smith in just a moment, but it's Brent Teller into this one. It's a line drive down the third base line, gets Baca aboard, maybe the second, an aggressive round around first as he leads things off with a single against Brent Teller. First hit of the game for Baca. As we give you those numbers on Brent Teller, in 15 appearances, all of them in relief. Teller 2-0 with a 5.87 ERA on the season. 28 hits, 13 walks, and 23 innings pitched. Has allowed 5 home runs while striking out 25 in 23 innings. A look across the Atlantic League. Of course, the West Virginia-Lexington game rained out this evening. In the meanwhile, a doubleheader in York with the Ducks. The Revs dropped Game 1 by a score of 6-5, and the Ducks are on top again in Game 2 by a score of 6-2. Down in High Point, where a North Carolina matchup awaits, it's the Rockers and the Honey Hunters of Gastonia. A 7-3 lead for the Rockers. They're in the bottom half of the 4th. Ball and no strikes the count to Matt Hibbert. Teller's pitch in there for a called strike. The final line on the right-hander, Zach Smith. 5 innings, 6 hits, 4 runs earned, another one unearned. 4 walks and 3 strikeouts. Really settled in his final 3 innings in which he allowed no hits, but in inning number 1, the bases were loaded with 2 away when Josh McAdams singled in a pair, giving him 64 RBIs on the season. And then in the second, Ruby Silva sent a 3-run shot to the opposite field, giving Southern Maryland at the time a 5-0 lead. But then a pair of unearned runs came around to score for the Stormers in the top half of this 6th inning. as Hibbert lines one up the middle. It could be two. A beautiful turn. 4-6-3. It goes Hoover to Rondon. Off to first for Dugan. And two are away here in Southern Maryland's half of the sixth after the leadoff single. And really a good piece of hitting from Matt Hibbert, who generally gets good wood, but that one just right at the second baseman, Hoover. That brings up Ruby Silva, who's 2 for 3 and 18 for 33 in his last 12 home games. The 2 for 3 today includes the 3-run home run back in the second inning as Silva takes the ball on the outer half. The left-handed hitting Silva hitting over 400 here in his 40th game with Southern Maryland this season. Swings and misses on an off-speed pitch as the count draws even at a ball and a strike. Silva played for the Blue Crabs in 2019, but started the 2021 season with the West Virginia Power. The 1-1 smacked foul right back into the netting in the count 1-2. Southern Maryland on top 5-2 here in this bottom half of the sixth. The Blue Crabs trying to get up to 2 games ahead of the Barnstormers. Southern Maryland has the best run differential in the entire Atlantic League in the second half of the season, as Silva fans at strike number 3 to get us through the first 2/3 of this game. To finish that note, Southern Maryland is plus 26 in the second half. That's twice as much as the next best run differential. Into the 7th we go here in Southern Maryland. We'll be right back on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Sam Burton, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Chick-fil-A of Charles County has been a proud supporter of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since their inception in 2008. For years, they have sponsored the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, America's prisoners of war and missing in action. In between the second inning of each game, there is a moment of silence brought to you by Chick-fil-A. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs appreciate and respect not only Chick-fil-A, but all of those that have served our great country. The seat that they sponsor was made possible by Chick-fil-A of Charles County. Thank you so much, and visit any of your Charles County Chick-fil-A locations today. The Charles County Department of Health encourages you to get the COVID-19 vaccination today. You can get it all over Southern Maryland or no matter where you are across the United States. Vaccinations are offered right here at Regency Furniture Stadium with no appointment needed. Charles County Department of Health and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs urge you to take one for the team and get the vaccine.
This is Coach Doug's, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Colton Mahoney into his 7th inning of work as we re-welcome you into the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Your Southern Maryland Blue Crabs looking to protect a 5-2 lead they've built. As we take you into the final third of regulation in Southern Maryland. First pitch swinging is Caleb Gindel, who lines a single into right field to start things off. Throw gets a little bit over the cutoff man's head, but collected by Josh McAdams, and that could be the end of the road for Colton Mahoney, and it is. Looks like Dalton Geeke's going to come into this thing. We'll give you the final line on Colton Mahoney when we come back, and all the numbers on Dalton Geeke when we return on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
When you're in the market to buy or sell a home, call Tony McClure of Century 21 New Millennium and his Grand Slam team. The realtor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since our first season in 2008. Tony and his team of preferred partners includes Tim Murphy of CNF Mortgage and Steve Scott of the Scott Law Group. Together, they will ensure that your real estate needs are nothing short of a grand slam. The quality service you will receive is Hall of Fame worthy. Put Tony's 41-plus years of experience to work for you. Call or text Tony today at 301-928-1280 for your personal Grand Slam experience. Go Blue Crabs. Did you know that the Washington, D.C. metro area is the 5th most expensive place to live in the entire United States of America? Sometimes finding affordable housing in this area can feel impossible. If you're struggling to find affordable housing, look no further than the Villages of St. Charles by Ross Properties. You can visit them online at villagesatstcharles.com for more information today. Villages of St. Charles. They'll have you safe at home.
This is Joe DeLuca, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Dalton Geeky comes in relief of the starting pitcher, Colton Mahoney, here in the top half of the 7th inning. Of course, cannot give you the final line on Mahoney quite yet, as he's still on the hook for the man at first in the form of Caleb Gindel. First pitch swinging is Nick Schumpert, who faces off against Geeky and sees an 0-1 count. The right-hander Dalton Geeky, 6'5", originally drafted by the Chicago Cubs, the Atlanta Braves in 2015, before moving to the Cubs organization a few years later. A 3.78 ERA on the season for Geeky. In his last appearance, he got a hold back on August the 24th here at home against the West Virginia Power. A week ago today, he went an inning and a third, allowing a hit, no runs, no walks, and a strikeout. No balls, 2 strikes the count to Nick Schumpert here in the 7th. If all goes to plan, you'd have to think it's Geeky for the 7th, as he strikes out the right-handed hitting Nick Schumpert, who rears back and slams his bat into the dirt, and that bat cracked. So a strikeout victim of Dalton Geeky is Nick Schumpert. But to finish that point, if Stan Clyburn and Daryl Thompson have things go to their plan, you'd have to think it's Geeky for the 7th, Andrus Brisaniel for the 8th, and then in the 9th, Matt Latos. Assuming this thing stays within at least 3 runs, or around 3 runs. Line drive to the right side, that gets through. De Aza with a first pitch singles. David Harris comes up throwing, but safe at second is Caleb Gindel. In these last 2 innings, the Barnstormers putting up real challenges to the Southern Maryland pitching staff. Of course, we remember all the way back in the first inning Southern Maryland allowed the bases loaded, but then worked out of a jam, stranded 6 Barnstormers over the first 3 innings of action. 2 unearned runs would come around to score in the 5th. And now runners at first and second here in the 7th inning with Kelly Dugan coming to the plate. First pitch swinging as he misses on a high fastball. You know, it seems about every pivotal point in this game has found Dugan coming up to the plate. We mentioned the bases loaded with no outs. Dugan came up then. He led things off back in the 6th inning and later scored. And now with runners in first and second, with this thing really within reach, he comes up once more, swings and misses at a curveball in the dirt, the count 0-2. Dugan with a league-leading 26 RBIs in the second half of this 2021 campaign. On a 14-game hit streak, 22 for his last 55 at the plate. One of the best of the season in the Atlantic League. 0-2, just a touch inside. The count of ball and 2 strikes. Dugan has been a really good bat for Ross Peoples and the Lancaster Barnstormers this season. Originally a second-round draft pick in 2009 out of Notre Dame High School in Sherman Oaks, California. Drafted by the Phillies that year. Staying alive is Dugan. We saw that earlier in this game. It was a 9-pitch walk drawn after he just kept fouling off Colton Mahoney pitches until Mahoney had to give him something a little out of the zone, and Dugan held firm. Kelly in his second season of unaffiliated baseball, technically the third if you count 2020 in a shortened season. A ball and 2 strikes, the count from Geeky. The 1-2 once more. Fastball high, no chase from Dugan. From 2009 all the way through 2017, Dugan played in the affiliated system, played in the Phillies system through 2015, reaching as high as the AAA level for 36 games with the Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs in 2015. In 2016, played with the Chicago Cubs AA affiliate, the Tennessee Smokies, in 97 games. Fastball inside as the count draws full. And then in 2017, he split the season, really played most of the season at the AA level, also played 1 game at the rookie level in the Diamondbacks organization. He hit .256 in 105 games before joining the independent ranks in 2019, took the 2018 season off. Hit .313 with the Chicago Dogs in 2019. 3 balls, 2 strikes the count. Runners at first and second for Dugan. And he will not go down without a fight. Yet again, the left-handed power bat standing up and standing in. 65 RBIs on the season for Dugan is a career high. He's a couple of homers short, 8 to be exact, of a career high in terms of home runs. He had 20 home runs back in 2013 at the high A and double A levels. The payoff pitch once more from Geeky incoming. And Kelly Dugan is not going to go down without a fight. This will at least be, I beg your pardon, I think they might have called that catcher's interference. That's my only assumption. I mean, all I saw on that play was a foul back into the screen. You'd have to assume that it's a catcher's interference. And that's just what I'm going to say for the moment being, because that's really the only way on a foul ball with a full count. So we'll go with that until we get the official scoring. But I'm having to think that that is exactly what it'll be called. So now the base is loaded with one away. Trayvon Robinson comes up to the plate. Robinson 2 for 3 today with a run scored. And the Barnstormers making this thing interesting in the late going. Geeky's pitch. Right there for a strike. 0-1 the count. Still waiting for the official call on that last play. The 0-1 on its way from Geeky. Fastball high and away. Despite the bases loaded situation with the tying run at first, Southern Maryland to this point still has an 85% chance to win this game per Baseball Savant. You can check out the Blue Crabs up-to-the-date statistics at bluecrabspressbox.wordpress.com. Again, that's bluecrabspressbox.wordpress.com. Or you can just go to somdbluecrabs.com and click on press. The count of 2 strikes here as Trayvon Robinson finds himself down. The 1-2 to the left-handed hitting Robinson, and it just misses upstairs. I beg your pardon. Robinson has been substituted out of this game. Of course, pulled with the designated hitter role. I believe this is Devon Torrance that's batting in place of Robinson, which tells you that Brent Teller's night is over. We'll get to that in just a moment. The 2-2 on its way. Fastball swung on and missed as Dalton Geeky rings up Devon Torrance, finding himself with a critical strikeout, putting 2 away here in the 7th. So with the double hook designated hitter rule, which, to give you an explanation on that, as part of the MLB Atlantic League rule changes, the rule states that once a team's starting pitcher is replaced, that team will lose its designated hitter for the remainder of the game. So when Zach Smith, the starting pitcher for the Barnstormers, was pulled in this contest, coming into his place, of course, a pinch hitter. And then when Brent Teller takes over, the relief pitcher, you see the batting Torrance taking his spot. So it's basically a revolving door of pinch hitters and things of the like. Fastball swung on and missed. The count 0-2 as Southern Maryland and the Crustacean Nation faithful get into things here in this frame. Geeky trying to shut the door on the Barnstormers. Off-speed misses in the count 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Ladarius Clark. Here in a pivotal situation in the top of the 7th. Bases loaded. Geeky's pitch. Fastball trying to get him to chase. He did not bite as the count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Right-handed hitting Ladarius Clark's re-steps into his box. In 2015, he was drafted in the 12th round by the Texas Rangers, was Clark. Selected out of the University of West Florida. The 2-2. Lofted to the right side. This could drop. Back goes Alex Crosby, and it lands in the Bermuda Triangle. 2 Barnstormers come around to score. And that's really just a luck. I'm not going to say lucky. I'm just going to say a well-placed piece of hitting from Ladarius Clark. Really, You can't get mad at yourself if you're Dalton Geeky in that situation because you induced a weakly hit line drive that just so happened to drop. It's a 2 RBI double that makes this a much more interesting game. 5-4 the score. The Blue Crabs still on top, but 4 straight unanswered runs over the last 2 innings from the Barnstormers. Talk about that win probability. Get to that in just a moment. As Alejandro De Aza steps into the box. I beg your pardon. De Aza singled to start this thing earlier. It's Anderson De La Rosa that steps up to the plate. He's 0 for 3 today. He flew out to center his last time up, but it got runners to second and third. That fly out would eventually lead to a couple of runs being brought home. The count 0-1 from Geeky, who faces the longtime backstop for the Barnstormers, De La Rosa, who drills one to the left side. If it's fair, it's gone, but it just gets foul at the last moment. You can breathe a breath of fresh air if you're a Southern Maryland fan. Just a long strike is the way you look at things if you're Dalton Geeky. The 0-2. Chop to the left side. In comes McAdams. Fires across the infield, and it gets over the head of Alex Crosby. The throw a little bit high. And a 2-run error from Josh McAdams allows the Barnstormers to take the lead here in this top half of the 7th. As for McAdams, it's his second error of the game. His first error allowed a pair of unearned runs to score for the Barnstormers in the 6th inning. And now 2 more will come around unearned in the 7th. A 6-5 Barnstormers lead. Their first lead of this game. And, of course, Southern Maryland a game up on the Barnstormers in the Atlantic League second half. And after getting no earned runs from your starter in 6 innings, certainly this isn't the way that Stan Clyburn and the Blue Crabs thought this one would pan out. First pitch in there for a called strike. So in steps the right-handed batting Jake Hoover. Hoover 0 for 3 tonight, but drove in a run in the 6th. As Geeky re-steps onto the mound, he's set, runner at second. The 0-1. A fastball that misses high and tight as the count draws even. Right on right matchup, the count a ball and a strike. Line to the right side. The count 1-2. Ball and 2 strikes the count. The pitch to Hoover. Swung on and missed, but it gets in the dirt back to the Roy Rogers backstop padding. And just about everything that's gone wrong for Southern Maryland here in this 7th inning has gone wrong. We look back even to some obscure plays that we've seen in this inning. It started off with a single a strikeout, and a single. So all those things are normal, right? You've got runners on the corners with one down, and then Kelly Dugan with a 3-2 count. Well, he gets aboard on a catcher's interference. So that was bizarre in and of itself. But the next thing you know, Trayvon Robinson gets aboard, is retired before Ladarius Clark bloops a 2-run double into very shallow right field. And then an error from Josh McAdams allowed 2 more to score. And then, of course, this drop third strike. So a tough inning, a lot of really just tough breaks for Southern Maryland, I think it's fair to say, as this could be the end of it. Silva calls off everybody in shallow right field, comes under and catches, but not before the Barnstormers can scratch across another 4 runs in their half of the 7th. We take you into the bottom half in the 7th inning stretch when we return on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Patrick Baker, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
American Radiology is the clear choice for all of your medical imaging needs. With locations in Charles and Calvert counties, they offer a full range of imaging services. Some of their latest innovations included 3D mammography and wide-open MRIs for our claustrophobic patients. For your convenience, they even offer extended weekday hours and Saturdays. For more information or to schedule an appointment, visit their website at AmericanRadiology.com. The Charles County Department of Health encourages you to get the COVID-19 vaccination today. You can get it all over Southern Maryland or no matter where you are across the United States. Vaccinations are offered right here at Regency Furniture Stadium with no appointment needed. Charles County Department of Health and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs urge you to take one for the team and get the vaccine.
This is Dario Pisano, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
So a difficult bottom, make that top half of the 7th to swallow if you're a Southern Maryland fan, as a pinch hitter will come up for the Blue Crabs in the designated hitter spot. It's going to be Kent Blackstone leading things off for Southern Maryland. First pitch misses down low to Blackstone. The left-handed hitting middle infielder Blackstone, 233 hitter on the season. Went 0 for 2 with a run scored in Game 2 of a doubleheader on Sunday in York. Chopper to the right side, fielded by the second baseman Jake Hoover, and it's fired to first for out number 1. Southern Maryland led this thing by a long shot. I mean, they scored 5 runs in innings 1 and 2. But things have swelled of late. David Harris comes up to the plate. 2 for 3 on the day with a double and a single. He shows bunt. Looks like he indeed went around count 0-1. Left-hander Carlos Diaz warms in Southern Maryland's bullpen. As the pitch misses way out in front. The count, a ball and a strike. Both teams with 7 hits to this point. It's just been the errors that have really hurt Southern Maryland. As a fastball misses low and away. The count, 2 balls and a strike. Fastball misses down low. The count now 3 balls and a strike. Fastball swung on and missed. The count now full at 3-2. Right on right matchup. Fastball just misses downstairs. And a 6-pitch walk drawn. It is a newcomer onto the mound for the Lancaster Barnstormers. It comes in the form of number 31, Ryan Eads, who has an impressive resume to stand upon. Eads played at the major league level as recently as 2019. Originally a second-round draft pick by the Minnesota Twins. Eads played for the Orioles, appeared in 6 games in 2019, another 2 for the Twins in 2019. Impressively, he had a 2.38 ERA in 8 appearances on the season, not to mention a 1.5 whip in your MLB debut season. That's real good. Now, Eads is making his independent debut today. Hasn't played lower than the AAA level since 2018. As he misses down low, the count 1-1. Eads began this season with the Sugarland Skeeters of all places, who, of course, were in the Atlantic League up until 2019. They were then absorbed by the Houston Astros organization at the AAA level. Began the season with them in 6 appearances. Posted a 7 ERA. Snap throw down to first. Dodging the tag is David Harris. And the count now 2 balls and a strike. So Alex Crosby to this point in the game. He finds himself 0 for 2, but he walked back in the first inning and then was stranded at third. 2-1, a changeup inside. And the count now 3 balls and a strike. So Ryan Eads finds himself in some hot water here in his Atlantic League debut. The 29-year-old from Louisiana, and he went to LSU. Hitter's count on its way. Crosby gets a piece of it, but sends it back into the protective netting as the count draws full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. You know, generally when Southern Maryland scores 4 or more, you can almost lock it in as a win, especially when they score first. When Southern Maryland scores first this year, they're 29-14, but when they score 4 or more, they're 37-12. The payoff pitch from Eads. Runner goes on the pitch. Crosby hits it sky high and it stays in the infield. The third baseman, Nick Schumpert, comes on and catches for out number 2. That'll bring up Josh McAdams. McAdams, to this point in the game, finds himself 1 for 2 with a pair of RBIs and a walk. Pickoff move back to first. McAdams awaiting the first Ryan Eads offering. The right-hander on his way. Driven right back up the middle. If it gets into the gap, it's a run. Instead, it'll just put runners on the corners with a pivotal base hit single from Josh McAdams to bring up Zach Collier. So now runners at first and third. After the base hit single from Josh McAdams, Zach Collier comes to the plate. 0 for 2, but was hit by a pitch in the 5th. Collier's on base percentage among the best in the Atlantic League here in the second half. Coming into play at a .469 clip. That's the 4th best in the Atlantic League. Right on left matchup in a critical situation in this contest. The first and second place teams in the Atlantic League North Division battling it out here on a Tuesday evening. Collier takes a changeup, a called strike on the outer edge. The count 0-1. Collier at one point in the month of June had an 11-game hit streak. Has really been a really solid bat for Southern Maryland all season. The 0-1 from Eads. A changeup swung on and missed. So now Collier in an 0-2 hole. But if anybody's able to climb back in any count, I'd put my money on Zach. A guy that is well versed in drawing deep counts until he gets something he likes. The 0-2 on its way. Hit well to the left center side, but should be playable, and is. Really good play from Ladarius Clark to come in and snag that baseball to get us through 7 here in Southern Maryland. When we return, a newcomer onto the mound right here on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Matt Latos, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Dyson Building Center is one of the oldest family-owned and operated hardware, lumber, and building supply stores in Southern Maryland. They are located in St. Mary's County on Route 5 in Great Mills. Dyson's has an expansive and diverse inventory to help you with all of your home improvement and project needs. Whether you're new to the world of DIY, a tried and true DIY professional, or somewhere in between, the friendly and experienced staff at Dyson Building Center is ready and willing to help you today. In February of 2020, Regency Furniture Stadium and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs were given what we view as an honor, being named the 4th mass vaccination site in the state of Maryland. Here's a message from Regency Furniture about the honor that it has been and still is to be one of Maryland's mass vaccination sites, getting our community back to safety.
During these times of uncertainty, it helps to know there are things we can control to help ourselves and others.
For me, it presents the hope that soon enough, my friends and family will be together again.
I just want to take this moment to thank the Maryland National Guard for their support in helping to facilitate and manage the vaccinations here at the Regency Furniture Stadium. We just think it's so important for everyone to do their part, and we're just grateful for their support.
Thank you for some of your support, and we're just honored to be a part of the vaccination effort out here and to serve the community.
This is Jake Marshall, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
A newcomer onto the mound here in Southern Maryland as we take you into the top half of the 8th inning at Regency Furniture Stadium. It's Carlos Diaz that welcomes us into the 8th frame. Diaz, a 6.10 ERA on the season. The southpaw struck out the side in his last appearance. That came back at home on August the 26th in an inning against the West Virginia Power. The Barnstormers batted around their last time up. Scored a total of 4 runs in the process. So Caleb Gindel leads us off yet again. An 0-1 count in the left-on-left matchup. Slider misses outside as Gindel draws even. To this point in the game, Caleb Gindel 2 for 4. As Diaz misses outside, the count 2-1. Fastball misses just outside. The count now 3 balls and a strike to Caleb Gindel. Gindel, 24 home runs, 65 RBIs on the season. The 3-1. Fastball misses just outside, and a 5-pitch walk leads us off in the 8th. And Gindel's 5th plate appearance. So Diaz working into his first inning, trying to keep it at a 1-run game. Bunt attempted, gets to the right side, a slide and a catch from Alex Crosby, who does well to field his position and keep things right where they're at. As Nick Shumpert tries to sacrifice himself, but he's unable to do so. So another left-on-left matchup. Alejandro De Aza comes up to the plate. First pitch, he watches a strike cross as the longtime MLB veteran tries to keep this Barnstormers run going. De Aza today 1 for 3, also walked. That single came back in the 7th inning, in which the Barnstormers scored 4 runs. This could be two. Silva fields it at second, off to short. 4-6-3. 3 up, 3 down for Carlos Diaz. A really good inning of work as we take into the bottom of the 8th. Southern Maryland, they have some work to do. Got to scratch back into this thing when we return on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Josh McAdams, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Did you know that the Washington, D.C. metro area is the 5th most expensive place to live in the entire United States of America? Sometimes finding affordable housing in this area can feel impossible. If you're struggling to find affordable housing, look no further than the Villages of St. Charles by Ross Properties. You can visit them online at villagesatstcharles.com for more information today. Villages of St. Charles. They'll have you safe at home. There's nothing quite like when the Blue Crabs retire the sign. At Wealth Management Partners, they're on your side for your retirement planning needs. It's never too early to start planning your retirement. Talk to the experienced financial advisors of Wealth Management Partners located right here in Waldorf. Call them today at 301-885-0955. Again, Wealth Management Partners. Call them today at 301-885-0955.
To the bottom of the 8th we go. Southern Maryland down 1 run. You know, we talk about win probability a lot throughout this broadcast, and one of the first broadcasts that I've really implemented it into, mentioned back in the 5th, Southern Maryland had a 95% chance of winning this game per Major League Baseball's Baseball Savant, but currently just a 29.7% chance of winning this contest. It is the 8-9-1 of the Blue Crabs order due up as we take you to the bottom of the 8th. Southern Maryland with 6 outs to work from as they face yet another MLB veteran out of the pen. You know, it's interesting. The Barnstormers started with a Zach Smith that had nothing but collegiate experience prior to 2021, but I'll tell you what, their bullpen is fully stocked with MLB arms. Now, these games between the Barnstormers and the Blue Crabs become especially important, considering if we need a tiebreaker, it would come down to head-to-head record in the second half. Now, rain has started to fall here in Southern Maryland as Gabriel Moya steps onto the mound. First pitch misses upstairs, and Moya has been really good against Southern Maryland this year. The Blue Crabs hit just 2 for 19 against Moya this season. 14 strikeouts in 19 at-bats. But Joe DeLuca has one of those hits as he drills one to the left side. It looks like it'll hang up a little further than we may have thought as Ladarius Clark covers a ton of ground to put that one away for out number 1. Now, I haven't looked at the weather, but I'd have to imagine with the incoming hurricane, you'd have to think that this rain is not going to stop anytime soon. So the Blue Crabs need to get things going right here. Gabriel Moya onto the mound. Moya on the season, a 1.70 ERA. The Barnstormers have scored a couple of unearned runs so far in this game. As Baca takes outside, ball number 1. Michael Baca up to the plate, and he takes called strike number 1. Action in Southern Maryland's bullpen as Gabriel Moya, the MLB veteran who played for the Minnesota Twins in 42 games combined between 2017 and 2018, started 6 games, had a 4.64 ERA in his time at the major league level. Now here in the Atlantic League this season, his first, 3-0 on the year with a 1.72 ERA. Has appeared in 36 games, all in relief. Has allowed 15 runs, only 7 of them earned in 36 2/3 innings. The 1-2. Off speed inside, swung on and missed from Michael Baca, and now 2 away for Southern Maryland. See if the Blue Crabs can't get something going with 2 down as Matt Hibbert comes up to the plate. 2 quick outs from Gabriel Moya. To this point in the game, Hibbert 0 for 3. Also reached on a walk and later scored back in the first. Southern Maryland jumped out to a 5-0 lead in innings 1 and 2. Innings 3, 4, and 5 were scoreless for both sides, but the Stormers plated 6 runs in innings 6 and 7 as Matt Hibbert takes a 1-0 count. Gabriel Moya, the southpaw, former Minnesota Twin, a really reliable arm for Ross Peoples and the Lancaster Barnstormers, who have put together a ton of really, really good arms in their bullpen. A bouncing off speed gets between the legs of the backstop, Anderson De La Rosa, as rain, but light rain, continues to fall here in Southern Maryland. And I mean it, real light rain, so much so that all of the fans have remained in their seat. I see one with an umbrella, maybe 2 or 3, but for the most part, everybody's staying put. 2-0 on its way to Matt Hibbert. A left-on-right matchup. Off speed, swung on and missed, and now the count 2 balls and a strike. Moya, a guy that takes a lot of time in between pitches, as he misses outside 3-1. Not only that, but he also has some kind of quirky motions out on the mound as the left-hander, number 27. Kind of pops his glove out from the hip and then kind of just hangs out there on the mound for a couple of seconds, 4, 5, 6 seconds, I'd say. Swings the arm as he waits for his pitch. A ton of interesting stuff. Double taps the toe and the heel. 3-1. I think that may have hit Hibbert. If it didn't, it's ball number 4 anyways. In fact, it did hit him. So now Southern Maryland has the go-ahead run at the plate in the form of Ruby Silva, who has been fantastic in this game. 2 for 4 with a 3-run home run back in the second inning. And Silva unquestionably has the power to change the tides in this one. Silva faces against the left-handed pitching Gabriel Moya. Against left-handed pitching here in this 2021 season with the Blue Crabs, Silva has dominated southpaws. A .447 batting average for Silva since joining Southern Maryland. Struggled with the power, however, against left-handers, hitting just 150. Silva trying to make magic happen again. He has been the ignition to this Southern Maryland offense. I mean, the guy is hitting over 400 and now his 40th game with Southern Maryland. Again, started the season with the West Virginia power. Hit 263 in 38 games, but sometimes a change of scenery is truly all you need, and it was the case for Silva, who returns to Southern Maryland after playing the full season with the Blue Crabs in 2019. The 1-0, a changeup in there for a called strike on the outer edge. The rain steadily falling here in Southern Maryland. As Silva awaiting the 1-1. 2 away, 1 on. Southern Maryland out hitting the Barnstormers. Silva awaits the 1-1. A big hack, but he misses as he falls behind in the count of ball and 2 strikes. About 3 hours into this thing. Silva, huge bat in this Blue Crabs order. Cesar Trejo waits on deck. Imagine he's going to be the pinch hitter, whether that happens in this inning or the next. 1-2 on its way to Ruby. Fastball fouled and spoiled to the left side out of play. Silva is 32 years old. Born in Cuba and played professionally in Cuba from 2007 until 2009. In 2011, at the age of 22, he signed with the Chicago Cubs out of Cuba for a $1.2 million signing bonus. Has always had a ton of pop in that left-handed bat as Patrick Baker warms up in Southern Maryland's bullpen. The 1-2 once more. A big swing gets this one a little closer to fair territory, but still well foul as we stay at a ball and 2 strikes. Moya, in just about every sense of the word, is the polar opposite in terms of pitching style from Darryl Thompson, for example, or somebody of the like. Thompson works really fast, obviously as a right-hander as well. Doesn't really have any quirks in his pitching style in terms of mechanics, and he works, again, super, super fast. Moya, a lot of intricacies in his stretch, but, I mean, I say it all the time, and I can't harp on it enough. No matter how you need to get it done that way. I look at a guy, if you're a basketball fan, I look at Sean Marion as a really good example. A guy that had one of the most bizarre shots in NBA history, but you know what? Bizarre is not always a bad thing. Unique, I should say, is not always a bad thing. Marion is an NBA champion, and he can shoot that 3 ball. So however you need to do it to get it done, do it just that way. The 1-2 yet again from Moya on its way. Fastball swung on and missed, and that'll get us through 8. The Barnstormers on top of the Blue Crabs 6-5 as we take you into the 9th on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Hey Blue Crabs fans, make sure to visit the All-American Steakhouse and Sports Theater at 35 St. Patrick's Drive, right here in Waldorf, for some great food with great friends. Their steaks are fresh, hand-cut, in-house daily, as well as many other fresh seafood, chicken, and beef options. They offer outdoor and indoor dining, available each and every day, along with the same great menu to go if you would like. Please visit them online at www.theallamericansteakhouse.com. That's www.theallamericansteakhouse.com. You can also visit them on Facebook or Instagram. They have daily specials that you just can't pass up. Thank you, Blue Crabs fans. All Pawn is Southern Maryland's premier pawn shop and is the official pawn shop of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Stop by and say hello today. They've been a part of the Southern Maryland community for 18 years. If you need some cash to hold you over, or if you're just doing some spring cleaning and want to clear some stuff out, please bring it by All Pawn and let them make you an offer. If you have broken jewelry or some that you just don't want anymore, please bring it by and they'll pay you more than anyone in the Tri-County area. They're located on 301 in White Plains, just south of DeMar Road. Go Blue Crabs!
Into the top of the ninth we go here in Southern Maryland. Left-on-left matchup starts things off with Carlos Diaz back out for his second inning of work. The Barnstormers took the lead late in this one. 2 runs in the 6th and then 4 more in the 7th. Of the Barnstormers, 6 runs so far in this contest. Only one of them earned to this point. The count 2-0 to Kelly Dugan, who was at the centerpiece of that controversial, interesting play back in the 7th. He's up to the plate for his 3rd time in 4 innings. He reached on a catcher's interference back in the 7th and later scored. As ball 4 crosses to Dugan and Stan Clyburn will come out to the plate. To the mound. That'll be the end of the road for Carlos Diaz. We'll step aside for just a moment, get things squared away, and be right back on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Sam Burton, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Chick-fil-A of Charles County has been a proud supporter of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since their inception in 2008. For years, they have sponsored the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, America's prisoners of war and missing in action. In between the second inning of each game, there is a moment of silence brought to you by Chick-fil-A. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs appreciate and respect not only Chick-fil-A, but all of those that have served our great country. The seat that they sponsor was made possible by Chick-fil-A of Charles County. Thank you so much, and visit any of your Charles County Chick-fil-A locations today. The Charles County Department of Health encourages you to get the COVID-19 vaccination today. You can get it all over Southern Maryland or no matter where you are across the United States. Vaccinations are offered right here at Regency Furniture Stadium with no appointment needed. Charles County Department of Health and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs urge you to take one for the team and get the vaccine.
This is Coach Doug's, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
So Patrick Baker into pitch after the leadoff walk issued from Carlos Diaz. Baker has been one of the better arms to turn to here in this 2021 season for Southern Maryland. First pitch popped into the sky, probably gets out of play and does. So first pitch strike to the batter up to the plate, coming in the form of Anthony Perrone, who's been really good in this 2021 second half, hitting well over 440. Perrone, a catcher by trade, but finds himself in a pinch hit situation. Baker, in his last 13 appearances, has a 1.59 ERA in 22 2/3 innings pitched. He's allowed 4 earned runs with 29 strikeouts in that frame. The 0-1 from Baker. A curveball in there for a called strike, and one of the hardest throwers on this Southern Maryland team finds himself in the driver's seat here. Dalton Geeke's velo was way up this evening. In fact, he induced more swing and misses than anybody so far in this game. Fastball fouled off the top of the mid of Joe DeLuca. Geeke threw 5 pitches, 95 plus. The 0-2 from Baker. An off-speed in the dirt smothered by Joe DeLuca. And the count of ball and 2 strikes. The 1-2 on its way from Patrick Baker. Little chopper to right field. In comes David Harris. He catches the throw to first. They're going to say Crosby pulled his foot off the bag at the last second, and I think that's probably the right call from my vantage point. That brings up Ladarius Clark with 1 away. Clark this evening drove in 2 on a double that was basically just a flare shot over the first baseman Alex Crosby's head. Nothing that you could do about that in any situation. Line drive to the right side, gets through the infield. Silva watches Dugan get into second, but nothing more than that. Runners on first and second as the right-handed hitting Anderson De La Rosa comes to the plate. His last time up, De La Rosa reached on an error that scored 2 runs. Baker's first pitch misses outside, 1-0 the count. Line drive down the right field line. The count even at a ball and a strike. The score 6-5. Barnstormers on top of the Blue Crabs. Not really a ton of rain anymore, just a lot of mist here in Southern Maryland. Fastball challenging De La Rosa upstairs. Swung on and missed as the count goes to a ball and 2 strikes. Ton of mist in the air now as Baker works through that. The 1-2 hit to the left side past the diving glove of Josh McAdams. That'll send a runner home. A strong throw from Matt Hibbert. Not quite in time. A slide from Kelly Dugan gets him around to score. Still just 1 out in the inning. A really tough one to swallow in the late going if you're a Southern Maryland fan. Of course, the Barnstormers plated 2 unearned runs in the 6th, plated 4 runs in the 7th, 3 of which were unearned. And then here in the 9th, they add another to make it 7-5. Baker's first pitch misses outside to Jake Hoover. The count 1-0. Now that run that just scored won't be counted against Patrick Baker. It'll go towards Carlos Diaz. We can close the line on him. Diaz goes an inning. No hits, 2 walks, a run. It was earned. The starter in this game, Colt Mahoney, he went 6 innings, 5 hits, 3 runs, only 1 earned, 4 walks, 4 strikeouts. Dalton Geeky then went 1 inning, 2 hits, 3 strikeouts, 3 runs, none of them earned. And then we just mentioned the Diaz run that was earned. Runners on the corners, a 1-1 count. Chopper to the left side softly. Baca's only option is to second. He gets out number 2, but the Barnstormers plate yet another here in the late going. Stormers have now plated 8 runs since the top of the 6th, all of those unanswered. A comeback for Southern Maryland and a comeback win would give them their largest lead in terms of games up in this 2021 season as a whole. Currently a game up on the Barnstormers. Of course, the head-to-head matchups are going to come into play as well between these two teams. It's just one of those that it hurts, again, if you're a Southern Maryland fan, but, you get some of those in the game of baseball, right? I heard Aaron Boone say a couple of weeks ago, there's going to be games that you should win that you don't. And there's going to be games that you shouldn't win that you do. And, over the course of an 120-game season, both of those options are going to play out on a multitude of avenues. Southern Maryland, however, is a team that is no stranger to a good comeback. Check over to first, not in time. That last single in which a run scored did count against Patrick Baker. This is his 5th earned run allowed in his last 24 1/3 innings pitched. Fastball swung on and missed from Cleo Luis Rondon. Quick throw to first, not in time. The count 0-2. Baker's a guy that lights up the radar gun. Last pitch came in at 94 miles an hour. He's topped out at 96.4 this evening. It's the fastest pitch thrown in this game. The 0-2 once more as Patrick Baker retakes the mound. Chopper to the right side. Alex Crosby takes it himself and steps on first. But not before the Lancaster Barnstormers can keep their late scoring charge going. 2 more runs in the top of the 9th as the Stormers take the lead 8-5. As we take you into the bottom half of the 9th, let's get it going. Right here on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Andres Viceno, and you are listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
American Radiology is the clear choice for all of your medical imaging needs. With locations in Charles and Calvert counties, they offer a full range of imaging services. Some of their latest innovations included 3D mammography and wide-open MRIs for our claustrophobic patients. For your convenience, they even offer extended weekday hours and Saturdays. For more information or to schedule an appointment, visit their website at AmericanRadiology.com. 2020 was a year unlike any other for everybody. Quickly, the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs came to the realization that baseball must take a backseat to humanity. Immediately, the Blue Crabs staff and all of Crustacean Nation teamed together to provide COVID-19 tests and eventually vaccinations. Southern Maryland's hometown team also hosted food drives, blood drives, backpack drives, toy drives, and so much more, all to help their community. The Blue Crabs couldn't be more thankful to the healthcare heroes that have gotten us to this point and helped our community so much throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. That's why this season is dedicated to our healthcare heroes. Each Saturday night, we will have a healthcare hero, a local healthcare professional, throw out the first pitch of the game and be honored. That's why in 2021, all season long, healthcare professionals get $5 tickets to every single Blue Crabs game. Thank you so much, healthcare heroes, for all that you have, are, and will continue to do for our community.
This is Coach Doug's, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
A pinch hitter to start us off in the bottom of the 9th. It is number 24, Cesar Trejo. The Blue Crabs have a really strong part of the order due up. It's 3, 4, 5, Trejo, Harris, and then Alex Crosby. After that, it would be McAdams and Zach Collier. The closer for this Lancaster Barnstormers team, Scott Schumann, has now entered the game. First pitch way high and tight, and it backs Trejo off the plate. Give you the numbers on the season in just one moment after this pitch for Scott Schumann. The 1-0 swung on and missed. The count even at a ball and a strike. Schumann 3-3 on the year, a 1.75 ERA. Batters are hitting just 189 against him. In 36 innings pitched, he's allowed 15 runs, 7 of them earned. As the rain starts falling a little harder here in Southern Maryland. Trejo takes the 1-1 as a strike on the outer half. As Schumann tries to close this thing out. Southern Maryland, led by Trejo, on the other hand, have other ideas in mind as we take you into the bottom of the ninth. Andrew Banster here bringing you through yet another edition of Blue Crabs Baseball right here on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. The 1-2 awaiting from Schumann. Swung on and missed from Cesar Trejo. And one away here in Southern Maryland's half of the ninth. He's a strikeout pitcher, is Schumann. Now 57 strikeouts in just over 36 innings pitched this season. As David Harris comes up to the plate. Harris 2 for 3 tonight, a single, a double, a walk, and then a run scored as well. Southern Maryland trying to reclaim their lead here in the bottom half of the ninth. Harris first pitch swinging, line drive into the left center power alley. That'll be extra bases and a 3-hit game for David Harris as he strolls into second base with a 1-out double. And that may just be the spark that the Blue Crabs needed as Alex Crosby comes to the plate. Crosby hitless to this point in the game, walked in the first. He then grounded out to the first baseman in the second inning. In the fifth and the seventh, flew out to the third baseman. As again, the rain starts to fall a little harder here in Southern Maryland. Crosby awaiting the Scott Schumann delivery. Shows bunt but pulls back. It's a ball. And that's how we start things off here with Alex Crosby. Crosby's got one away, a 1-0 count. The right-hander Schumann issues his 1-0 pitch on the inner half, but it's chopped to the right side and thrown to first for out number 2. Southern Maryland down to their final out as Josh McAdams comes up to the plate. Schumann has appeared in 4 games against the Blue Crabs this year. Entering play, had allowed just 1 hit, no walks, 6 strikeouts against Southern Maryland. So 2 away and a runner at third brings up Josh McAdams. McAdams 2 for 4, make that 2 for 3 with a pair of RBIs today. Swings on the first pitch, gets a piece of it, but back into the mitt of the veteran catcher Anderson De La Rosa. No balls and a strike to count. Josh McAdams awaiting the Scott Schumann delivery. An 8-5 advantage held by the Barnstormers. The cowbell rings here in Southern Maryland with 2 down. McAdams again gets some wood, but it's hit back into the Roy Rogers backstop padding. And the count, no balls and 2 strikes. As the rain continues to fall in an effort to make the field playable tomorrow, certainly a tarp will find its way onto the field here later this evening. Cowbell rings as Josh McAdams awaits the right on right 0-2. The Pitch from Schumann bounces off of home plate and then into the right shoulder of Josh McAdams, who remains at a no-ball, two-strike count. McAdams is hitting .296 entering play in the second half, 5 home runs, 20 RBIs. Also 5 doubles for McAdams, the Calhoun, Georgia native, awaiting the next Schumann delivery. Schumann's been pounding the zone as he generally does. Somebody who doesn't walk a lot of guys, but strikes out a ton. Schumann's 0-2. Good on McAdams to get another piece of that, and we'll stay at an 0-2 count. Southern Maryland's been down to their last strike for each of the last 3 pitches. Now, the Blue Crabs scored 2 in the first inning on a Josh McAdams 2 RBI single. In the second, Southern Maryland added 3 more on a Ruby Silva 3-run shot as Josh McAdams goes down on strikes to end things here in Southern Maryland. That's how we say goodbye to a baseball game. Southern Maryland in this one drops to 12-10 in the second half, where the Barnstormers advanced to 12-10. Southern Maryland again came out to a 5-0 lead in this ball game before the Barnstormers plated 8 unanswered runs in innings 6, 7, and then 9 in combination. That's how we conclude this one. Mentioned the tarp. I've actually just been called to go take care of that tarp, or to help take care of that tarp. So I'm going to go do that, but I wish this one had ended a little differently. I know everybody in every capacity of Crustacean Nation wishes the same way, but you know what? That's sometimes how the game of baseball works. So I'm going to step aside. I'll see you guys tomorrow. First pitch will come at 6:35, but I'll get on air with you at 6:20. Southern Maryland drops the series opener. Still 2 more to play, though. We'll keep you updated. Stay posted on our social media for any rain updates. And we will see you tomorrow right here on your home for Blue Crabs Baseball, the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Lastly, as always, let's go Blue Crabs.